Welcome to Opinionated with Resla.
What's good, everybody? What is good? Welcome, of course. Welcome to yet another episode of Opinionated with yours truly. I am your host, Resla. Hopefully, you guys are having a good evening. I know it's pretty decent evening, a pretty early evening for you guys over on the West Coast, but for me, it is rather a late night right now. We are spinning into that almost news cycle time. All right. So today I want to talk about something that I think will be a little bit of a thought exercise. Well, not exercise, but a little bit of a thought that we should probably have about particular things. I swear every time I hit the damn live button, that's when a cop car or an ambulance wants to come by. We're going to ignore it though. Uh, it's going to be a little bit of a thoughtful thing because I'm not sure people really gave it much thought, or at least not as much thought as I have. But I'm going to get a little bit into the topic for today, which is pretty much, can we become the masters of our time? And it's a matter of really a lot of different things: how we view, how we spend our time, how we look at time, the things that we do for ourselves, the aspect of time, all these different things. And I'm not sure everybody thinks about it because when I ask people questions, some people get it and some people do not. When it comes to time, it's make sure I have a little bit more light in this bitch. There we go. Here, time is really one of those things where we're all running out of it, and yet and still, we act like it's in abundance. We act like we have all the time in the world. Now, I definitely get this, especially when we are a lot younger, because we all been through it. We all think that we have a lot of time. We all think that we're good, and yet, and still, when we start getting later in our years, normally when it hits that 30s, even maybe even 40s, you're like, holy crap! You notice that you have more, you got fewer, and most likely unpredictable days ahead of you than you do behind you. But we pretty much chase it. We chase this idea of time all all the time. We schedule it. We try to hack it. As weird as that sounds, we try to make sure that we set up as much little productivity apps when it comes to it. We try to do all our little tips and tricks to try to get by it. Sure, I so I won't do that again. And set it in front of me in case someone calls me. I might need that. But we try to set up as many tricks in order to be able to try to control it. No, but truly, the truth of the matter is that it's gonna come to a point where we're gonna notice that we're gonna have few years than we would like to know that we have. But I guess one of the questions that's in my head right now is, can we actually control time, or are we just gonna be always be looked at as prisoners to it? Or are we gonna be enslaved to it? Now, I want you to think about that for a moment. No matter how much we plan, how hard we grind, let me make sure I turn my mic up. I'm just remembering this right now. Hold up. Let's see if this is any better now. That should do it. Here we go. That should do it. No matter how much we pretty much on the grind for it. We try to make plans when it comes to it. How many people try to look at time management as a hack and they swear by it? I think of the influencers who try to do a lot of productivity stuff. They are basically timekeepers for watching their own time slip away right out of their damn fingers. And it to be honest with you, it never fails. It never waits. Time never waits, and it never fails to see how many people try to do what they can to manage it. The truth of the matter is that time never stops. So, Uncle Fatty, you said that time is an illusion, but I'm not too sure about that. And I think it's might something we have to think about. Because time is the only thing that we can use, that we can quantify absolutely, because we see all things age. That's how we quantify time, by things aging. If nothing aged, we wouldn't really have the concept of time. And the truth of the matter is that it never really bends to our will. But as much as we try, We tell ourselves all kind of things. We tell ourselves, I'll get things done tomorrow, but tomorrow turns out to be turned into next week. Then next week turns into next year. And then next thing you know about it, you're looking back decades of wasted time, wondering technically where all your time went. And it gets worse too. It gets worse. Time, some people feel time differently. It's weird when I have to put it that way, but they feel time differently. For some, life moves fast, and for others, they can't seem to keep up. But for some people, it drags. It drags like they are stuck in a loop, living the same moment over and over again. But here's the thing. If time, like you say, Uncle Fatty, according to what you said about Einstein, if time is an illusion, then why do some people seem to master it a little better than others, while others, or rather, I'll just say this, for the rest of us, we're barely keeping up when it comes to time, when it comes to managing time. And tonight, I think this is something that we're gonna have to try to take a little bit of time to try to break down. You know, we're we're cutting through the productivity scams. We're gonna be exposing pretty much the truth about why the rich seem to have more time than pretty much the rest of us. And honestly, digging into the fantasy that we all have. And that fantasy is going back in time in order to fix mistakes. Because you ever wonder what actually would happen if you tried to go back and do that? I'm one of those people that I say I do not think about, wow, that was super loud. I don't think about going back in time. I'm more interested in knowing what's in the future so I can try to make changes today rather than go back in time and then come back to the present and don't know what the hell is actually taking place because there's a big gap between when I was there and when I returned. Let's just say if you can actually do that, if you can actually go back in time to try to fix mistakes, would you really be fixing your life? Or would it just prove that reality, that the, not reality, but the real problem was that time is always out of your control because you do one thing that you felt was going to be the thing to make your life better. And then all of a sudden, another thing happened that you had no control of. And quite frankly, you're back where you started, going back into the present. Every action begets a reaction. Seem to think that we have a particular moment in time that if we just did this thing, life would be better. Never knowing what the outcome of that other decision was ever going to turn out to be. And yet so many people say that they want to go back in the past in order to change things. To me, that's useless. But that's me. And I think if this episode somehow starts messing with your head, good. let's get a little bit into it. But before we even get into that, we're going to do our customaries. We're going to get in here and, of course, welcome everybody in here. Now, Logical Sparks was in here way, way, way super early. Like, this was morning time, super early, people. But Big Players in here. I appreciate you for actually being in the building. And you showed up several times. Uncle Fatty's up in the building, of course. Logical Sparks came back from the morning to the evening time. Appreciate you. Of course, Angus Snowman is up in the building. I appreciate you actually being here. Josh is in here. He says time is not an illusion. I don't know. Fatty, according to Einstein, says that it's an illusion. I can't take everything of what Einstein has to say because, quite frankly, I just got to look at Darwin if I really want to. Can't really say I can follow everything that Einstein. Einstein is great, but there are things that he just didn't know as well. And that happens with every revolutionary of their time. So we'll have to see. You said taking away at the moments that make up the. Yes. Yes. Yep. You're right. We filter it. We go through the ways of hours offhand. Yes. But this is all of us. That I think for a lot of people, we have to think about how are some people claiming to manage their time, chasing time rather, trying to get all. Here's a great example. Here's a great example of just how bad we are at managing time. Little math for y'all. How many? I'm just gonna go in. How many months are in a year? How many months are in a year, folks? Pretty simple exercise. How many months are in a year? Most people will turn around and say there are 12 months in a year. But then if you do the math, you don't get to. So you say 12. All right. So Snowman says 13. You say 12. Interesting. Interesting. So let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question. Yeah, no, that's what we were told exactly. But let's just go look at math for anyone who's decent at math. We have 52 weeks. We have 4 weeks in a month. 4 times your 12 gives you what? 48. If we have 52 weeks, minus 4 weeks, take away 4, you get what? 48. We're actually working, folks, 13 months, not 12. Most people are still sitting there, still saying we work 12 months. The math has never mathed. Our nice civilization government, our calendar, blind, you said, huh? Huh? Okay. 4 times 12 is how much? I'll do it we'll do it nice and slow as a whole group project. 4 times 12 is how much? Y'all can get your calculators out and everything. There are 4 weeks in a month. 4 times 12. What is that? 48. Thank you, Snowman. We have 52 weeks in a year. We have 52 weeks. What is 52 minus 4, folks? How much is that? 48. So where the other 4 weeks go? Let you know how our math system, how our education system is so messed up. They literally squeeze an extra month out of us. A lot of people don't pay attention to that. A lot of people have never paid attention to that. We actually have 13 months in a year. The workforce, our governments, everything has squeezed an extra month of work out of us. It's just basic math. Say, I just blew your mind? That's just basic math. And there are people to this day, no matter how old, will never contest against that. They'll always say 12 months. Absolutely. 52 weeks. And never question the math. Never question it. First time I came to really understand this was the first time that I really started going into being a salary employee and not an hourly employee. When I started calculating every hour I was worth and not how much I can make an hour. Let me say that again. When I started calculating how many hours I was worth a day versus how much I make an hour. How much was I worth an hour versus how much I think I should get an hour for a week? And how did I divvy that up, folks? I didn't calculate how many weeks, how many days. I counted what was important as a salary employee. I counted how many hours were available in an entire year. 8,760 hours, folks. 8,760 hours is what makes up an entire year, 365 days. If you can break that all the way down as to when you sleep, when you shit, when you fuck, when you're on the date, and you come down to that very dollar sign, you will understand that very small amount. You will want to bring that up as much as possible. Because if you go ahead and bring that all the way forward, you will know how much you make annually as a salary employee. And you have to ask yourself something really. I try to sleep. I try to sleep. But quite frankly, when you're a salary person, you have to think about you're making money when you sleep because anyone can call you and you wake you up out of sleep. If you're a salary employee, when you're there and you getting your pumps in and you get that call, you're supposed to answer the call. Your salary. There's a reason why you make a stagnant compensation. You're not hourly. There's no overtime for you. So you have to ask yourself very early and ahead of time, what are you worth? And most people don't get down to it because you know why? They don't understand time management. And when you really understand time management, that's how you can understand that you're also being finessed an extra month out of what we call a year. I still, the same way how it blew your mind blind, I do this practically almost every year. I blow somebody else's mind because, quite frankly, they never thought about it. I'm not even a math genius, not even close. But I kill people every time with that. When I negotiate my salary, I literally do it by the hour. And every time I hit them with the how many hours in a year, they're stumped because they're not taught to train to think that way. Time management, folks. Isn't this thing we got to talk about time management? Time management is a scam. I just finished talking to you earlier about how it's a scam because we got finessed at work an extra month out of what we call a year. A calendar, by the way, folks, that has been available for us for generations. And even to this day, we still have people that are brand new, still on this earth, probably 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, who never thought about it, never knew that they were being finessed. It is what it is. I'm don't even get mad. Now you have the information. How many people were saving up your PTO and your sick days and everything? How many y'all workaholics and you felt guilty about taking time off because of whatever, to only find out that you have been finessed an extra month out of work anyway? For some employee that, quite frankly, you are under at will termination anytime they want to, and you've been finessed also out of an extra 4 weeks. If that don't change your perspective, if you got the game now, you got the game now, but that should change your perspective. It should. It should let you know what you are really doing for yourself. Just saying. Paychecks are on the first. I guess depending on which business you're at. Some businesses pay bi-weekly, and some businesses pay say they pay weekly. But let's start with something a lot of people don't want to admit. And like I said, that's time is a scam. Now, I already know that some of you guys are thinking, oh, but Resla, I wake up at 5 a.m. I I I I I time block my entire day. I have a whole schedule that's planned out. I got this whole thing on lock. And I say, well, let me just tell you something. Are you actually in control of your time? Are or are you just in control of the illusion of time? Because let's be honest, time isn't something that you can manage. You can't pause it, can't rewind it, and you damn for sure can't do anything to hold on to it because hell will freeze over before you ever get the chance. What can you do, or rather, what can you do? What the most you can do is really just organize yourself. You can organize your responsibilities better, but you can't control time. Let's not pretend that it means that you've mastered it. Most of us are just doing our damn best, juggling around our obligations and hoping not to drop the ball. This is really what it is. Think about how many times you've planned and plotted out your day, only for some random, unexpected shit to happen and mess up the entire course of what you had going on. You wake up thinking that you're going to be good, you're going to be productive, and life is not going to hit you with any bullshit. And there goes the emergency every time. The aspect of you thinking that you can manage and control time, that illusion is a distraction of its own. Some random nonsense are going to be there to derail you, fuck up your whole schedule. And just like that, all your quote time management goes right out the window. And let's talk about the biggest scam of all. Why does it seem like the rich people have all the time in the world while everyone else is drowning in responsibilities? They aren't better at time management. Believe me, they're not. They just don't spend their time the way that we do. And you spend it working. They spend it buying their time back. Let me say that again for the people in the back row. You spend it working. They spend it buying their time back. They hire people to do these things that they don't want to do. They make investments that generate money while they're sleeping. They don't waste their hours of their day chasing a paycheck because they built something that makes money for them. Meanwhile, you and I are out here thinking that if we could just wake up earlier or follow a perfect schedule, we can have shit on lock and we can have our own sense of freedom. News flash, y'all. You don't need better time management. You need a better way to use your time. I always think about that saying of the rich man and the bum have the same 24 hours. They utilize it differently. And that's the part that nobody really wants to talk about. So let's talk about this whole thing that people fantasize about, going back in time. Would you go back in time really to fix your life? A little thoughtful thing that we'll go through here. Let's just talk about this fantasy about people who like to indulge themselves in the idea of going back and fixing, correcting things. Our lives would be so much better if I could just go back to that time and I could fuck that guy instead of me blowing that guy under the bleachers. And now I had to marry that guy and whatever. And then you sitting here 20 something odd years later, you're mad at your choices because you got with the guy that you really liked or whatever. Guy you married, by the way, you're mad because you think that if you just sucked the jock off, you would have had a better time in your life. And you're not guaranteed a goddamn thing. The world doesn't owe you understanding. The guys who turn around and say, man, if I had just, you know what? When people do things like this, you know what? I knew Jessica Alba when she was in high school with me. I could have been hit that and I didn't get the chance. You think your life would have been much better, or it would have? Yeah. If I had just took down Jessica Alba when we went to high school together, man, she would have came up and I would have came up with her too. Is that what you really believe? that what you believe? Everybody's got that moment that they regret. The opportunity that they missed, so-called missed. The wrong choices that they made. And they sit there thinking, if I could just go back, things would be so much different. Everything would be perfect. But let me just bring you back down to reality. I'm going to burst that bubble for you. It wasn't going to happen. If you could actually rewind the hands and change that little mistake, do you really think you would have been able to fix your entire life? Let's say you go back, choose a different path, avoid that one bad decision. You think by you living the rest of your life now that you think you wouldn't have run across new ways to fuck shit up? Because the problem never just ends, it never starts and never ends with just one decision. The problem is you. The problem is your habits. The problem is your patterns. The problem is your inability to actually change. People want to believe that one moment will shape everything. But in reality, your life is a result of a culmination of 1,000 small choices, not just one. You think that you'd be a millionaire today if you hadn't blown that one opportunity. No, you probably just would have found another way to screw that up too. That's the hard truth, folks. And the reason we love to fantasize about fixing the past is because it's easier than actually taking care of the responsibilities that we have here in the present. So instead of wasting your time wishing for a time machine, y'all all hoping one day to run across Doctor Who so you can steal the TARDIS. Ask yourself, why are you still making the same mistakes now? Because I promise you, even if you could go back, you'd probably still F it up probably in a monumental way than you think that you have now. I want you to think about that for a moment. Do you really believe that you would have a better life if you were able to go back in time? Facts. Most people don't think about it. Why do you do this to me? I care about my time. I care about my time. Never thought about that. A lot of people don't. It's not just you. Don't feel bad about it. And most people don't put themselves in a situation to even have the conversation. They just think that what they know is what everybody else knows and everybody knows what's right. It's not true. Not true at all. In the contract every year. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I purposely try to give myself time off. I always try to get that. I haven't gotten the full month back, but I've gotten like 2.5 weeks. There will always be a thing that you can't control. Dwellings, the victim. You said playing the victim. Most people, I think they play the victim, and they think that they want to pivot, right? But I always wonder why. Because the truth of the matter is that they only do it because they're comparing themselves to other people. Some people don't even think that some people's lives are really not that bad at all. They're in the greatest nation. They got good jobs. They're not in poverty. They're not on welfare, Section 8. They probably got a big family and everything. And they still sitting here wondering if I could have just gone back. If I could have just gone back and fucked Stacy Keebler, my life would just be so great. Don't get me wrong. Back in the days, Stacy Keebler was bad as shit. But do you honestly believe that it would have changed your life? Come on now. What are we doing? they don't have the freedom to enjoy their time. They were smart enough to build up enough income to purchase people to do the job that they should have been doing. And sometimes depending on how you want to look at it, because some people are jealous, it's jealousy or it's other things. There are people who, quite frankly, have raised their families for them. They had the stay-at-home nanny. Think about it. Stay at home, a butler, someone who stays there with you at your residence. This person should have had their own life, but they gave up their life for what? A paycheck. A paycheck and a place to stay. I will become your servant for a paycheck, live there with you, hand and foot, everything you need. Is that what people really want to aspire to? I don't think so, but people have made a profession out of it. Simply what it was. Untrackable was good. You absolutely can't. You can't get it back. But some people have done a little bit more to make sure that they can get it. Some people have done their, no pun intended, their due diligence. Was good due diligence. And not only secure the bag for themselves, but also for their families so that they can have more to do, more time to spend doing the things that they want to do. Even if it meant this person spent, I don't know, $50 an hour to sit at his PC and whack off and freaking eat Cheetos, he paid for it. Because likely he wouldn't be able to do it if he didn't save up that money. He would probably be doing what we're all doing, whether we are sitting in an office or we are out in the field or we are on the assembly line. But they literally did the thing that we should all have been trained to do, first starting with investing in ourselves. There is a quote from Jim Ron. He's a motivational speaker. Uh, and he gets me thinking about it every time I think about the quote. Hold, let me see if I can pull it up real quick. He says, "Success is something you attract. It's not something you pursue. It's something you attract by being attractive." I think the saying that I got from one of my mentors is that in order for a person to go to entering interesting places, they themselves must become interesting. He's not wrong. The most interesting man in the world, let's be honest, is also in some of the most interesting places. There's something to that. And a lot of people we're not taught that. We're not taught early enough to know that. There is a reason why rich people pay to have their kids in particular schools that teach them curriculums that the average person doesn't get in public school. In public school, you are taught to work for other people. When you are rich, you put your kids in schools and they get taught to become the people who build things that people work for. I'm gonna let that sit with you for a while. Think about that. They put their kids, their lineage, in positions that other people will work for them, not the other way around. Just think about that. And then while we are all different ages and social classes, and even if you want to say religions and races, we're all not built equal. We're all not built with the same schedule. So why do some people run out of time? You ever notice how some people always feel rushed? They're always overwhelmed, and it's like they never had enough time, while others are just pretty much chilling, like they got all the time in the world. And you might think, you know, it's just a busy schedule or it's just bad luck, but it's not. It's a mindset. Most people waste their time, or rather, most people waste time not because they have too much on their plate, but because they never learned how to control their focus. Think about it for a moment. Have you ever caught yourself saying, I just don't have enough time? Right after spending hours scrolling through nonsense on your phone. I'm still got my hand up. Ever felt like you are constantly overwhelmed, but somehow you have the time to keep up with the drama, the distractions, the things that actually don't move you and your life forward? The truth is, folks, people don't run out of time. They waste it. Time is spent the way his money's spent. If you constantly feel broke, it's because of how you spend your time. If you equate time to money, because they like to say money is time, time is also money. And if you consistently feel like you don't have any time, it's because you're wasting it doing things that do not serve you. Now, if that is a hard pill to swallow, good, because we're only going to dig deeper. If time is money, why are the rich buying more of it? Because we all hear the saying, time is money. It's been drilled into our heads since we were kids. Work hard, put in the hours, and you can get ahead. But let's keep it honest. Let's keep it real. If that were true, why do the hardest working people seem to be the least amount, the least amount of time? Resla, what do you mean? You have to work hard. Yeah, you could do well. No, no. Why is it the hardest working people have the least amount of time? You still haven't picked up on it yet? I want you to open your eyes, open your mind, and take a look around. The people who are grinding the hardest are blue collar workers, service industry folks, small business owners. They're out there busting their asses, working 10, 20, some of them even 16-hour shifts. Meanwhile, the rich, they're on vacation. They're taking extended lunches. They're working 4 hours a week and making more money than most people see in a lifetime. Something doesn't add up. The reason the rich have more time is because they don't work for time. They own it. They don't buy their freedom. They delegate, they automate, they set up investments and income streams that make money whether they want to work or not. You ever notice how a CEO doesn't clock in at 9 a.m., but they leave at 5? I don't know. Maybe some of you guys haven't worked that close to top head officials, but yeah, they leave. They come in late and they leave early, or leave on time with everybody else. You ever wonder why the people at the top always seem relaxed while the people at the bottom are always in a constant state of stress? Now I'm sure that's something you can understand, because I've gone through it plenty of times, still go through it. And that's because the rich don't trade their time for money. They trade their time, they trade their money for time. It's just what it is. You ever heard of the fellas, my fellas, you ever heard the guy who says, you know what? I just want to go golfing with the guys. But this is the day I'm supposed to screw my girl. I'm supposed to screw my wife. I think I'm gonna hire somebody to screw my wife for me. Because I really want to go take that trip with the guys. I don't want to be late. Only a rich person can say that. Because what's something we already know, guys? The poor guy, he's putting in work in that bedroom like he's a fucking Cirque du Soleil performer. He got to do all the trips and flips to make sure that he keeps that relationship. The rich guy's not all that worried. Now, here's where it gets real uncomfortable. Most people will never escape the trap because they refuse to think differently about time. They are so programmed. I'll even put myself, because I learned these things now. But people are so programmed to believe that if I work hard, the answer will be there. But they never stop to ask the question whether if the game is even rigged against them. If time is money, if time is money, then let me ask you this. Why are you selling yours so cheap? Say it again for you. If time is money, why are you selling yours so cheap? Here's something no one tells you. The only way to truly buy time is to stop working for money and start making money work for you. I know you guys have already heard of people that turn around and say you got to make money work for you. But most people don't put themselves at the feet of those others in order to be able to learn that lesson. Instead of learning how to do that, most people double down on the struggle. They work longer hours. They pick up second shifts. They take on side hustles. Some of them even end up extremely exhausted. They spend every waking moment chasing money instead of chasing freedom. Hell, Snowman said it earlier. Who sleeps? And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that you don't need to work hard or that working hard is a bad thing. But if your hard work isn't leading you to more freedom, what the hell are you doing? That just signals that you're doing something wrong. And instead of doubling down, tripling down, you need to sit down and assess. Take some of y'all, not everybody, but some of y'all get mental health days. Take that shit and figure it out. Because apparently your price is too low. You ever hear someone say, I don't have time for that? Of course you have. Hell, you probably said it to yourself. Now ask yourself, who has time? The answer is really simple. The people who stopped working for time and started buying it, they got the time. If time is an illusion, can we really master it? And this will be my last segment. Let me repeat that again for you guys. If time is an illusion, can we really master it? Let's get weird for a second. What if time isn't real? We already saw that in the chat. I'm talking beyond clocks, calendars. I, if it's not real, erase the clock, get rid of the calendars, get rid of the deadlines, the whole damn thing. Think about it. The work week, the man-made deadlines, man-made. The idea that life is linear, also man-made, by the way. But if we live by the rules as if they were written in stone, as if we don't have a choice but to follow the script that's pretty much been handed to us by society, let me ask you, if time is just a construct, like everything else that we say are constructs, if time is a construct, a system where we agree to follow, then why do you let it run? Why do we let it run our lives? Couldn't we just break out of it? Couldn't we control it in a way that we never thought possible? You ever thought, you ever notice how many times it seems like time is moving slower and it just makes you miserable? I felt like it was a couple of times, especially when I was a younger kid, and I would look up at the clock. I felt like the hand moved backwards. I was like, "Fuck! Why?" I would watch it and think that the hand moved backward instead of moving forward. I was like, "There's no way. I swear that hand just moved backwards. Ring the goddamn bell!" Like when you're on a boring job, when you're dealing with a bad relationship, or any situation that you can't stand. Every second drags. But when you're having fun, you know what they say about time, flies. When you're deeply engaged in something that you love, time, it evades you. So why don't we flip the script in our head? If time, if time can be stretched and compressed by, or rather be compressed based on perception, does that mean it's all in our head? Can we actually manipulate time by changing how we experience it? This is where things get deep, folks. Ancient cultures, monks, elite athletes, they're all talking about this thing that we call flow state. Not that guy flow state, not that YouTuber flow state. We're talking about flow states. That moment where time almost disappears because you're so locked in, you're so laser focused, so immersed in the thing that you're doing that the outside world just fades away. Artists, artists feel it when they're pretty much creating. Athletes feel it when they're competing. Hell, even gamblers feel it when they're at a high stakes table. The best performers in the world don't manage time. They step outside of it. So, what does that tell us? I think it tells us that time isn't the real problem. Focus is. You can't add hours to a day, but you can change how you experience those hours. I I don't know about you, but you ever met an 80-year-old man who he said he was done with it all, traveled the world, built a legacy, lived like he had 5 lifetimes, and then you met a say 30-year-old who acts like life has already passed by them, same years, different experiences. Some may be mastering time like they don't have enough of it. But mastering is somehow is the thing that we can take care of. We can engage in it because when you stop letting time control you, when you stop watching the clock, you stop waiting for the right time. You just do the thing. But to do that, to do those things, to actually start living, we say that again, living, folks. I know some of you are religious and you want to talk about your next life. But why can't you have a great next life and a great current one? You don't have to sacrifice one for the other. You can do both. you can have both. You can believe that you deserve both. That's when you realize that you were never a prisoner of time. You were just a prisoner of your own inactions. And if you don't get to take control of that, well, the clock ain't going to stop for you. But that's my thoughts. I feel like I've sat around and long stroked you long enough. Pause. Link is in the chat. Pin to the top. Sometimes I just want to just carry these conversations. And I know I can talk for a while, but like I get into some conversations where I'm like, I could just end it right now, but I really want to know what other people are thinking because I like conversations where I know that a lot of people are experiencing this. What's good, Blind?
What it do? What up?
Chilling. Hey, crazy mama, what's going on? Untrackable, my guy. What's going on? I'm jealous every time I see his beard. I'm like, fuck, I could never get my shit out every time.
Yeah, it's just hair. But you talk about spending your time. I think I said it down. Hey, I'm not perfect. I am not perfect. But you spend your time thinking that it's going to yield some sort of repercussion. And so many of us spend our time, like you said, about a job. Yeah, I spend my time doing my job to get this money so that way I can give it to them, so that way I have land to live on and water to drink and food to eat and yada, yada, yada.
Tax twice on every dollar.
Yeah, twice doesn't even cover, you know.
I hear you.
But, you know, just as I am right now, and many others are, we are spending our time with you. And what do we get out of that? You don't owe us anything, but we are turning over the clock with you. Just as you are turning over the clock, I don't know what your goals are. I don't know what your life is like. And to a certain extent, I don't care. But I am with you at the same moment in time. And we cannot turn back the sun. We cannot re-rotate the moon. We cannot do these things. However, we are here together, and as it all goes, to a certain extent, this is the terraria, the terrain of which we are given to experience within the time that we get to spend here.
Yep.
And you can run a mile, I could run a mile, yours might be uphill, mine might be downhill, and we could go on in comparison for eternity. But we are spending this time that we have right now with these words together, sharing. I'm not a young dude, I'm not an old dude, but I've been some places, I've done some things, and being with other people, even over this technology platform, it does mean a lot, because nobody's gonna take back what I've done, and nobody's gonna really encourage me to change my path of where I'm going. But having this being a discussion amongst people that have been places and have done things. Hopefully somebody's hearing this that, you know, has a chance. And that's where I think so much of what has been said is going to. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean. The same way how you said it earlier. You don't have to be here. You know, you could be doing other things with your time. For me, for me, I could be wasting time, especially wasting time doing the things that I know other people can do easily because there's already a blueprint for it. I set myself up to have conversations that I don't really see other people having. To me, it's not a waste of time because I know there are plenty of people that can gain something from it. May not be now in the moment, but it may click one time, and that could be the foundation, the spark that actually does something for themselves.
And pardon me if I did say that, I did not mean to be a waste of time,
No,
but
no.
it is definitely spent time.
Yes. Fine. Due diligence. What's going on, guys?
Not shit.
Peace.
Do you want to give your thoughts and then I'll give mine, or do y'all want me? Because I have a lot of thoughts on this, man. I was just talking about this on my show too.
Yeah, I think Resla put up a lot that we need to tease out. He made a lot of different points. It's a lot of different ways we can look at it. So how about I do this? I just want to set the points up, and then hopefully we can come back around to them. But I just want to just set it on the table, the different aspects of time, right?
Sure.
So you got like what is time, right? How you manage time, right? And then you got like, is it possible to move through time? Is time an illusion? You know what I'm saying? So let's just keep those in mind before we get too far, and then try to like tease those out. I think that'd be fun.
Yeah, I think that's good points. I've been exploring this whole thing too. I think you can draw a lot of parallels from time and money. There's a lot of parallels between time and money, and they're not the same. The way you say time is money, they're not the same thing, but they're very similar. And I don't think that time exists in the abstract, but I think that now exists. And you can't master the past because you can't change the past, but you can master your existence.
Well, the question is not the question is not about mastering the past. The question is about mastering time. The
No,
issue
but
with
that's what I just said. You can master your existence in the now.
well, no, this because there's plenty of people even today that can't master their existence because in order to master something, you need to first comprehend it. You have to get a grasp it, a strong grasp of it. You have to be skilled at it in order to do something. A lot of people are not skilled when it comes to time. Even your best productivity experts are not skilled when it comes to managing time.
But a lot of people are. There are tons of people that are optimized at their. Yes,
No.
there is.
No, they're really not. I can tell you I have worked with so many high level performers, and that one thing that I mentioned happens practically every day: the unexpected.
Yes,
People do not factor for the unexpected. You can't.
but just like
If I could interject,
What constitutes a master of time or existence? Like, how do y'all define that? Like,
somebody that loves their life, like completely.
Well, no, the way how I look at it, someone who understands what is quote the, and I'm gonna say this because it's very important. This is why I understand it. This is why I'm telling you, blind, that you can correlate both. I can do a whole episode just on this alone. You can correlate both. You can master time because quite frankly, we have it backwards. The most valuable commodity that you can have in the world is what? What do we say? Time.
Yeah.
But so many people treat what as the most valuable commodity? Money.
Well, if I could interject there, is that that's why I brought up the word in the chat, currency. It is what is valuable right now. It doesn't matter what was valuable yesterday, and you can try to predict what will be valuable tomorrow. But what about you that exists right now that is valuable? So money is, as far as I see it, the dollar bill is time spent on property, being productive, doing something that you don't do for yourself. And then they give you $1, and then you get to go to the grocery store, and then you get to go buy your milk, your food, and the things that you don't do on a daily basis for yourself.
Sure, but
Currency.
if we lived in a society that we claim that we do, and everybody was taught, because there's a strong reason why you're not taught financial literacy early. Because if you do, you can learn to master something that they don't teach you. You can learn to buy time because you can trade it in for other people. Instead, we are taught to think the other way. We are taught to believe to chase money, so therefore we start trading in time. We start trading in our most valuable resource for something that is finite. It doesn't exist. It's not real.
I agree with that.
See, some people say but some people will be so convinced that they'll say things like GT. Time doesn't exist. It does. You know why time exists? Because all things expire.
Yeah.
That's why it exists. If nothing expired, then time wouldn't exist.
Well, and that's what I was gonna say. When we spend all of our time thinking of time in the abstract and applying it to the past, if we were to just spend that same energy thinking of it in the abstract, applying that to the future and thinking of now as the past, because now is the only time that exists. It's the only time that'll ever exist is now. But you can think abstractly about it in the ahead of you and behind you. Now, if you were like how you use that or how it benefits us, I don't know. But now will always be the only time to actually.
Well, let me ask you a question that you should probably think about. When we come to the aspect of talking about when you start measuring time behind you and time in front of you, right? Can you really measure what you can do with the time behind you versus the days that you have ahead of you?
I mean, I don't know, but I know that if I think of
Untrackable is already doing it. You can't do shit about what already went by, but you can try to measure what's going
that's
on.
what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But a lot of people do what? If I could do what?
Yeah.
I say if I could go forward, I would.
Yeah.
I wouldn't worry about going back. I don't give a fuck about what happened back there.
Well, you are going forward. That's the thing. And if you think of it,
but if you gave me the opportunity to see the future or see the past, I'm picking the future.
Yeah.
Well, there was something that was I think I found, and again, I'm not special, but depression is living in the past. Anxiety is living in the future. You can only have peace when you live where you are right now. And you can look into the past and assess the future, but you are only you right now.
It made because I was gonna say no, people are not, they're not obsessed with the past, they're just upset with they can't control, but that's still in the past. So I'm like, yeah, he's got it. He's got it.
So I think there's like a couple different types of time, if not two, if not three. And I know that sounds kind of funny, but let me kind of like picture, you know what I mean? So you got time in the aspect of like the measurement of, the earth going around the sun, right? And we call that a unit, like a day. That's a day. That's time, right? Yeah. So we look at that as being time, and that's how we keep time. But then we also see time as like an entity, right? Like time is like something that exists unto itself. Like time is something tangible. We talk about moving backwards and forwards through it as if it's something to do that. So I want to kind of piggyback off of Blonde's point when he said it's just always a now. And there's the abstract concept of time, which I agree with, to where we use it as that tool, and we can look to the quote unquote future. in a quote unquote past, but these are abstractions of the mind. They don't exist, the past or the future. History does. Go ahead.
No, they exist. They exist. They exist because that's how we were able to even form that word, history.
But they're only conception.
No, they exist. We just
the past cannot exist.
No, the past exists. We just don't have control of the past or future. Only thing we can control is right now. The problem that we have with a lot of people is that they dwell on the past. They dwell on things that have already gone by that was out of their control, and they dwell on things in the future that they have no idea could be coming. Yay or nay? We have people that plan for things that they have no idea is actually coming. But the thing that they can actually control is today, and a lot of people are not focused on today.
I got you, Blonde.
Can you prove? Okay,
I got you. So check this out. To say the past exists is kind of, you put something that's past tense in the present. No. You said the past exists. So the past is gone. It can never, it may have existed. You know what I'm saying? I didn't put the ED.
Yes, it existed.
So, but it doesn't exist as if it's a thing, something that you can point to. Like, we use history to talk about the past, but history is not literally the past. It's documented. People's I want to get that
documentation. Dwelling in the past. In fact, we have people, because you and I experienced this, dude, even without people. There are people who are dwelling in a time that they never experienced and not living in the present. We see that all the time.
So I agree with you, because here's the thing why I think it's a conflation though, because whenever you say people believing like they exist in the past, it's like it's perception. You know what I mean? It's perception, and that can be real to them. So it exists as in it's real to them. But I think the question is it ultimately real? Is it inherently real? Is it a entity in and of itself?
Exactly. Because there's something that and I'm happy that you said perception, because and this is going to be a stream that I'm going to do later. There's the other word, there's another P word in there that other people are not looking at. It's perception versus perspective.
Indeed.
People pay attention to one and they don't pay attention to the other. A lot of people will take a look at perception on how they view the world now and what it could be or what it used to be, and not on the perspective of what it can be and then how it reflects their actual life in that moment today. A lot of people will behave, if they look in the past, will behave like they are still slaves. But in perspective, if they actually do that introspection, they never once had to show their freedom papers. They never had the card. In fact, they probably never really experienced real racism. But they will act like, but they will pretend like they will use the past of information that was told to them because they didn't really experience it and make it seem like it is tangible.
It's still only conceptual. Whether it happened to you, whether it didn't, whether this happened, that happened. When we're here right now,
because that's that other word that I'm telling you about. When you're saying that, you have to consider that other word, perspective.
Well, a perspective is just the difference between the two is the one I tell myself versus the one I tell you. So
right. Which one is more prominent? The one you tell yourself, or the things that damage you the most are the things that you tell yourself?
No, but look though, I agree with everything you're saying, except for you're saying that the past is real, as in it's a tangible thing. Prove that the past is real.
Oh, I can prove right now. I can prove without that, I can prove that right now.
Can I speak to
people still follow religion? Like, the past is real.
Like at the end of the day, like my mother told me how real.
They still
wait, bro, look.
The past is real.
So I would like to speak to that.
Wait a second, bro.
Why'd you bring this dude up?
Because it's kind of interesting. My mother told me about slavery. Did your mother tell you about slavery?
Wait. He had a mother.
Oh,
she was real. She was real.
She was real then.
My mother got
There's
whipped.
no guarantee
Did your
that
mother
she's
get
real
whipped?
right now.
Brian,
Did
we
your mother
have
get
this.
whipped?
We have this thing that's been said throughout time. You know when people forget about you when the last person who knew who you were dies.
Yeah, but exactly. There's no guarantee she's real now.
No.
She
But
was
if
real
they can
then.
still think about, if they can still think about you, they are real.
Then you're a real concept. Then
You-
you're a real.
hold on.
And
What's
the
your
currency
concept?
and fiat currency and everything else is still real because people still think about it to this day, and it was made before them.
A thought
Lord.
isn't a tangible thing, though.
What's tangible is
It's
getting
one-
whipped.
wait,
What's
if
wrong with
thoughts
you?
weren't- if
God
thoughts weren't-
damn.
if thoughts were, now you sound like Brick. Thoughts aren't real. If thoughts weren't tangible things, we wouldn't be fighting so hard for them.
Look,
Think
your
about
mother,
that.
look, my mom came around my house like I was like 12 years old.
If they weren't
And,
tangible,
no,
if we did
no,
not
no.
believe, if we did not believe and wholeheartedly wanted to safeguard them, we wouldn't care. We do.
My
And we
mother
fight for it
came-
all the time. We fight for liberty and justice and all this shit that was made well before we were ever in diapers, well before you was a twinkle, well before you.
So hold on.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. So I'm asking, are you saying that there's an equivalency between a thought and what that thought is thinking of? So look, Simon just brought up
What?
his mom. If you think of Simon's mom.
Okay, dude did it for me. He did it for me. I was like, it wasn't just me. He did it for me. He did it for me.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
So, go ahead.
Go
I'm
ahead,
listening.
dude. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
So
I'm
whenever you say stuff like this, Resla, I actually get what you're saying because it's true in a sense. I just want to push back a little, like whenever you said his mom existed, and that proves like the past exists, but that only proves that she existed. That doesn't prove the past. You know what I mean? Past could be.
Simon, do you still think of garner respect for and even follow still principles that your mom taught you?
No, obviously.
I mean,
No, I get what you're saying.
No,
I
wait
get
a
what.
second. Look, god damn, what's wrong with this panel? Like, if someone's asking me a question, can you shut the fuck up?
Well, first of all, you're a little low. You're lower than everybody else. You might want to raise your mic level just a little bit. Hold on, I'm gonna look at your mic level because you're a bit low. Talk now, Simon. Talk now.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
No. Talk now.
Is that any better?
Yes, yes, that's better now. Yes. Okay.
All right, cool. I'm just saying, like, people don't really understand certain things. Like, so, people's parents were subject to certain things. So when you start talking about the slave trade and things like that, you don't really understand, especially like if you're a white person. Like, my mother was subject. No, don't do that. Like, my mother was subject to that. Okay. So you can't, you have a free, easy life or whatever you want to speak about some shit. Like, you don't even know. Can you stop talking for a second?
The fact that he's referencing his mother means that she's still prominent. Even if she's not breathing, she's still prominent. He can still reference her, which means she's a tangible thing.
She
no,
did
the
stuff.
reference is a tangible thing.
Oh my lord! Look, bro, you too white privilege, okay? Like, I know what kind of dude
Here we go.
Okay? You just want to run your damn fucking mouth like you know some shit. No, you
retard.
don't. Your mother did not go through anything.
Simon, come on, don't do this.
In fact, I know you got a nanny. Yeah, you're damn right, because he's running his damn mouth.
Don't do it.
I try to be fucking cool.
It's all good. It's all good. Let's just stay on top. Go ahead and finish your point. You good. You good.
My mother was subject to the slave trade. Okay. Now, what she taught me was the fact that a white man could turn around and buy her. Now, that's my mother, right? So most of these cats out here just be like, okay, like it's just anything and everything. No, it ain't. If you've actually been brought up around someone that can like turn around and tell you
Bro,
What
how
they-
old was your mom? Because I
Oh
call
my
bullshit.
Lord, you see this
I call
guy
bullshit. How
can't
was your
spell.
mom a slave, bro? Was your mom 400 years old? Fucking idiot. That's the stupidest shit I ever heard.
She didn't need to be 400. She could have been just around 200.
200. Yeah, so your mom's 200? Dumbass.
So let me just say this to engage the actual topic as far as just like time. You also said another aspect. You was like the rules and the government and the principles that we live by. That's proof that the time exists too. But I would say that's proof that ideology transcends time. Like it's still a living thing. Like I understand that the ideology was made in the past, but that's something that's inside of something else.
That's
You
a
have
good point.
time as a thing in of itself. Just let me land. You have time that's a thing, and then you have the ideology that's a thing. So the proof that ideology was created in the past doesn't mean the past actually exists as a thing and not just a memory in our mind, a conception of us holding on to something that maybe once was, but like Blind was getting at, the time is tricky because it's a now. So time can also get conflated with change and duration, right? So we talk about things changing and we call that time, right? We talk about duration and we call that time. So that's why these things are kind of tricky, because we look at time as all these different things, and it's interwoven. Like time is a vessel and it holds these things, but those things are not the same as time. And it doesn't really justify that it exists, except that
I hear you, but when we tie our upbringings, our morals, our standards, when we reference people even who are not here to tie them into particular situations or tie them into examples that we need to make, these things matter. Just like I'm gonna put this right here in the chat. Do you see that address right there in the chat? If you go right there and you go look for that address and you go up there, you can still read the Constitution today, still as it was printed. You can go there and see it. That's a tangible thing that, quite frankly, is the ideals written on there that was put up by many men that we all still know, that we all heard of, we all went to school with, that we went to school to hear about. These things are tangible. They're tangible because when the time comes and we need to reference them, we use them. We utilize them.
I want to give an example.
You see, and look, you see how they put the Constitution down on paper? That's because the concepts alone aren't a tangible thing. Therefore, they needed that to carry
into the future. Have you ever heard the term lost in translation? We suck at things that are verbal.
That's what I'm saying, though, is you can misremember, you can misrepresent something.
Can you misremember something that was written on paper that you can read? Now, I get it. Gen Z might be slipping because they don't understand cursive, but there's also a psyop with that too. But for us who can read, can you mistake the words when you're reading it? Because if you read the words, if Simon reads the words, if Untrackable reads the word, if Duke reads the word, if I read the word, we're reading the same words.
Okay, look. Let me simplify it though. Like we brought up,
is that a yes or no? We're all reading the same words. We'll all be seeing the same alphabet.
But that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It does.
Look, Simon brought up his mom. Simon's memory of his mom does not mean it's 100% accurate. So his memory is not equivalent to what she.
Wait. What are you talking about, bro?
Chill. Don't take it personal for your mom or whatever. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, I know where you're going. Don't do it.
Taking it personally.
Are you just blind? Are you gonna tell me that the Constitution isn't tangible? Isn't accurate enough?
No. The Constitution is in paper.
No,
it doesn't matter. We're talking about things that are tangible.
God damn, what's wrong with this dude?
History.
Jesus Christ! What, you're not listening?
Don't diminish the Constitution because someone's memory of them, and it's real to him. Because you know what? He has more of an understanding of what his mom was like than you knowing what his mom was like.
You see, though, hold on, because you're the one that's always talking about people that apply something to their future.
I love how you're trying to shift the narrative. I'm gonna hold you to task, though.
Yes, I'm holding you to task, bro.
Now you're talking about memory. I mentioned the Constitution, which is not only memory, but it's tangible to today.
Yes, because it's only tangible because it's on paper.
Argue that. Can you tell me that it's an intangible?
It's only tangible.
No longer relevant because it was history. Is that what you're gonna say?
It's only tangible because it's on paper.
Can you reference it? Yes or no?
I just answered you.
It's not intangible.
I said it is tangible because it's on paper.
So you just made a point that made no point at all.
How do you not understand what I'm saying, bro? You missed the entire point.
The point where you're trying to say that because it was history is not important. It is.
No, I'm saying
his parents locked it up in the room or some shit like that. This dude is in another fucking stratosphere. I don't know what he's speaking about. Yo, bro, he's talking about it's intangible because it's on paper. What? What else is? Wait a second. Come on, bro.
Let me kind of help. I understand both sides, but I want to kind of further Blind's point because I get what he's saying. I just think he's saying it in a bad way, but it doesn't mean that Resla.
Yeah, damn right. It's a real bad way. Like he got cold or some shit.
Let him cook,
like
Simon. Let him cook.
He got herpes or some shit. Bad way.
No. Let dude saying something. Let him cook.
So check it out. When you dealing with the principles of the Constitution, this is a concept. It's a concept that was written down. The paper really doesn't mean nothing, right? You know what I'm saying? We put value on it, but it's really these are abstract ideas. We are actually playing theater with these abstract ideas. The paper is just paper, but we're really respecting the ideas of the Constitution.
Our belief in it makes it real, just like our fiat currency. Our belief in the dollar makes it real.
Yeah, I think y'all saying the same thing. I just didn't think he was saying it in a good way.
Thank you, Resla.
But I think he had
I don't know. I can't say anything because we got dumbass butt demon here, and every time I go to talk, he's gonna fucking chime in.
But I want to give a thought experiment. I want to see what y'all think.
Show your face, you stupid motherfucker. Don't fucking speak about me like that before I fucking roast your ass. Listen, bro. I'll get you. I'll get everybody. Don't worry about it. Like, bro, you want to shut the fuck up.
Bitch ass up.
You stupid motherfucker. Like, you can't even fucking show your face. Show your face.
Show your face.
Show your face, bitch. Bitch, show your face.
Show your face, bitch.
If I may,
let's not do this, guys.
I mentioned the word currency earlier, and it's what you do and what its current value is. I think that goes the same way for written words that draw the guidelines. So when you have this vague document of words, it still is. It is currency. It is. What does it mean today? So if you can interpret it to justify your actions under these guidelines, well, then
absolutely, I agree.
Can I ask you a question on checkable?
I want to try to sell you guys on something after you go, Simon. I want to try to sell you guys on something.
Nah, I just wanted to also track a couple of questions got nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. How long did it take for you to grow your beard?
You know what that is, Simon? That's because he's got plenty of years of eating pussy. You
no,
need to get on game.
Can he also? Now I'm really fucking interested, like for real, because I can't even grow a beard. Like I have problems, like just like that. So you get that little thing around your face and all that shit. I'm like, what? All right, no, I'm so impressive on Trackable. Like
no.
How long did it take you to grow your beard on Trackable?
I have been at it. I shaved it on the panel and raised some money, and I'm pushing I'm pushing just over a year.
Okay,
but this
deep,
is
man. That's deep.
But in my eyes, you could think about the things that I've learned in the past year, but this is just a year of just not
Wow.
shaving. So I have
That's
so
crazy.
I have saved so much money on razors. If
I
you
want to learn about that shit. That's crazy. I mean,
Sir,
wow.
I salute you. I will never have that. Even if I could, I'm pretty sure my woman would be like,
I'd love to see wrestling with the beard like untouchable.
oh, listen, if I could, I would.
That'd be good. That'd be so wild.
I really would.
Imagine wrestling with Untrackable's beard.
I wish.
Hey everybody. I used to have a beard like Untrackable. It took about a year to get it that way, but it's a lot of brushing and washing and drying. And you got to have like a hair dryer to dry that shit out.
Yeah, of course. And he's kept it real neat. Like, you know, like me and Untrackable are friends, but it's just like I was just like watching. I was like, I could never fucking do that shit, man.
Oh man,
I'm my best. Before
we get off track, can you give us your scenario before you forget it?
And indeed, so I think we all would agree that what we call, we have these different metrics, these measurements of what we are calling time, right? We have, we have seconds, minutes, hours, days, week, right? So let's break it down into units, and then I want to ask you a question. So we call the time that it takes, the duration that it takes to go around the sun, one full rotation, we call that a day, right? We go to sleep and then we wake up.
No.
Hold on.
Let them go.
Right.
Okay, I think most of us on our panel would agree with that there's 24 hours in a day, and that's a unit of measure that we use as a tool in order to be efficient. So we go to sleep, we wake up, and we call that a day, 24-hour period, right? That's what we call, that's an attribute of time, right? But what if I told you that even though we labeled that action, that process, a day, right, is just a social construct. And even though it goes day and it goes night, and then we go to sleep and we wake up, it's always been now. It's always and have ever been now. Hold on, just let me learn. So we are calling this, we have created a social construct, a unit of measure, and we created the construct of time. But it's really, if you just look at it, if you just take it out, if you take that out and then just look at it, what do you have? You just always have now.
No, sir. And I think Untrackable was about to do it for me. You know why? Because we made the fucking calendar based on being able to grow harvests, which goes.
Yo, you Americans are crazy. Look, I'm gonna tell you something, right?
Prediction.
No. We made this shit.
Hey, wait a minute.
The
Jesus
English
fucking
made
Christ.
this shit. What are you talking about?
That means time.
I don't know.
That means time does not be stagnant. It's linear because things change.
Things are always in motion.
now.
I don't know why you guys keep.
Tell me when things didn't change.
You get triggered real quick as
I
well.
said time. Time isn't linear. Time's a dot, not a line. There's only now.
No,
how?
Motherfucker, we made time. We made time.
Are you telling me the same dot today was the same dot that we measured last year?
Is this going to be one of those panels where nobody can
those are imaginations, bro.
Talking over each other?
I
guess so.
So every day that I wake up, there's always snow. There's always rain.
What do you mean? That don't even have anything to. What do you mean? If there is right now, then yes.
What you're saying is a logical fallacy.
No, what you're saying is a logical fallacy because it's an abstraction.
Yo, bud. When is the last time you ate custard?
Bro, I'll be back when this dumb bitch ain't on panel, bro.
And there becomes a moment.
Does anyone else want to basically say that the seasons and time isn't real?
You can absolutely just look up
I'm
dictionary and look at the word abstract. Stop calling time abstract.
You're good, folks. It's not real. It doesn't expire.
Yeah,
Pardon me.
Yeah, look,
Time does not expire.
are we gonna seriously talk about
Somebody's
time?
got a
Or?
serious fucking
Plants
bug.
expire.
Man. Hey,
No, I'm just saying, like, are we
Time
gonna
does not
seriously talk
expire.
about time? Because I thought that was a real interesting conversation.
Simon, why
Like,
are you going to talk over everybody? Wait till people quit
about
talking, Simon.
the timing. The topic is about time. If you don't want to talk about time, you're in the wrong spot, my guy. Literally, did you not see the actual subject? Can we become the masters of our own what? Time.
Yeah, we made time up. British people brought up time. We brought it to you, the Americans. And like how you want to understand what time is. I'm just saying, like,
no, we
It
don't
was
want to
so
understand.
constructive until you let them up, bro.
Do you not understand the actual? Did you not remember the show you got on? It's called what? Opinionated.
Mm-hmm.
But
the masters of time is us. We brought time to you. That's why you got clocks. That's why you got watches on your hand. That's why you got all that sort of shit. We got the observatory. If you come over to Britain, go to Greenwich. Meantime, we made that shit up. You follow
Doctor Who.
Period.
Doctor Who is the master of time.
Actually, you didn't make up shit. The Romans did for you. You didn't make up shit.
There are
the Romans didn't do shit. The Romans didn't do anything.
The only Negro that knew history, right? That's what it was. Is that what it was? Get the fuck out of here.
No, man, it was the Chinese. The Chinese created
It
time.
was the Chinese.
What?
But the calendar we're currently using was Roman.
Yeah.
There are these moments.
We're talking about time.
There
measures time.
Well, it's
these
based on
moments.
Ask someone on your panel if they know what Roman numerals like actually looks like.
Wait, what's that called? What was that called again? Roman numerals?
Roman numerals? Like VII? VII is 7.
However, there are these
XS 1 2
there are these.
Do you know what I would love? I would love to know what Untrackable was thinking when due diligence said his thing. Because I saw your hand up.
Yes. There are these.
Shut up, Simon. Damn.
There are these moments where the sun rises and the sun sets, and there are these moments of these people that created these tiki-takis that correlate with the sun rising and the sun setting. But what's much more important is what do you do, and how much time does it take for you to do what you do, for you to get a rest period and get back to doing what you do. Not everything is sun up and sunset. Some things require less. Sometimes things require more.
It also depends on the region that you are, whether you're south or whether you're north of the equator. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I view time.
Why you got that thing on your head though?
Damn. See, as soon as somebody starts to talk, Sam's got to go, hey, look, wait, I got something to say.
No, I was listening. Like he made a good point, but I'm trying to work out why he's got a plus on his forehead.
So let me understand. Of all the things he could say, you're worried about how he looks. Man, get your head out of this shit. What the fuck is going on here? We're engaged in conversations.
I'm trying to be this is my brother. This is my brother. I'm like, why you got a plus on your forehead? What happened?
Listen. He on some.
Has he spoken to you about it? Look. They're in the background. They're in the back chat.
I can't say shit because
untouchable. Like, just let me know because I'm concerned.
Just let you know.
You know I love you, right? Don't do that. Like, I'm concerned why you got a plus on your forehead. For real.
Simon, can we get back on the topic?
Whatever. What topic?
There's no we say, folks. This is nigga shit. This is what we're talking about.
Hey, you said it. Sorry.
No, we ain't doing no nigga shit around here. Ain't no nigga.
Fucking trap.
Don't even do that. Don't ever fucking call me a nigga. That's crazy. Don't ever fucking call me a nigga.
Then stop
What
doing
you
nigga
gonna
shit.
do? What you gonna do?
I'm clear.
Then stop doing
Do
nigga
about
shit.
what? You what, bitch ass? No. That don't make me a nigga, bitch.
Hey, I'm a cracker ass fucking cracker. What do you
You
want?
damn fucking right.
What
I
do
know
you
about
want?
your mother and your father, bitch. Don't even fucking speak to me. Go away.
Well,
Like,
it's kind of hard to speak to you when you won't shut the fuck up.
Yeah, when is the last time you took a crack in the fucking toilet and you didn't even fucking recognize your
That
fucking
was
Ola from your colon,
sus.
bitch?
That was
What the fuck you
pause.
talking about?
Pause. That was sus as hell. Pause. I would never ask another grown ass man what his deuce was. That shit is crazy.
This nigga is turning around trying to speak to me. What?
Who does?
You gotta speak to your parents. Maybe you get a bit
All
more
of a sudden, he's a
recognition in terms of your
diagnostician.
life.
He's just sitting there asking people stool samples and shit. What the
away.
fuck is going on
Yeah,
here?
because I know that this dude
Untrackable
over
had
here.
he had to get off a camera because you fucking
No. Untrackable knows he knows who I am. You know what I'm saying? I don't play with people.
He ain't
You know
claiming you right now.
I'm real.
He got off the camera.
You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker will turn
He's
around
doing
and run
too
his
much.
fucking mouth. Open your mouth now.
You ever see your friends do this? That's exactly what he just did right now.
I respect you, Resla. I ain't gonna do that on your platform. You know, I appreciate that, but that's about it. But don't open your fucking mouth around me, bitch, or else it's gonna be a fucking problem.
If someone doesn't want to ask a question, I will ask a question. No one?
Clockwork was trying to say something.
I got questions, but the moment we start talking, we're going to get derailed by Simon.
Yeah.
Simon, I got a new rule I started putting out now. It's the beginning of the year. When shit gets too contentious, we gotta start pulling a vote.
Yeah. Go on. What is it?
Don't get voted.
I'm interested. Go on.
When we're talking about how is it we're talking about the idea or the concept of mastering time, and we're stuck on the idea of time itself. That would absolutely tell you that you're not a master of time. If you're stuck on the idea of time being a constraint, you're fucked.
Thank you. Because I just finished talking about how rich people don't worry about mastering time because they do what? They buy it back. So they're actually mastering time.
That's really interesting.
They invested and they pay for other people to do shit for them so that what? They don't have to. But there are so many people that are so hung up on how much time I have and what I have to do to trade in my time.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to define so we could have a working definition, because I think that time is layered. I think that Blind and Resla had a good point, because Resla was making a point that, relics of time can prove time, which is valid. And then Blind was saying that it's abstraction, which I think they both are correct. I think that it's different levels of time. You know what I mean? So I think we got to define it. I think we got some working definitions. I think we see it in a different way.
I understand Blind's point. The point where if he said that it's an abstraction of time, I get that. I'm not in disagreement with that. I disagree when he's basically saying that time doesn't exist. No,
time does exist. But it's a last.
Can you elaborate on that a bit more? Because
goddamn, can I say fucking more than 3 words?
Saying it, and I'm gonna keep saying it again. The reason why time exists is because things change, things expire. That's the key reason why we have time. If we were all still running around being young boys, we wouldn't give a shit. But because we all get grades, because we all seen people pass, not even due to quote negligence or stupid shit they did, like they got a fucking attacked by a bear in the woods and shit like that. No, but simply because of old age.
Yeah, time will slow down.
Because they got grades, because they became old, because we saw a loaf of bread sitting on the counter.
You can't slow down too much. You already slowed down.
And we looked again at that bread, and that bread that was nice and brown is all of a sudden green and white. We see what time is. We understand time when we look at the crops, and then we understand over time if we do not harvest the crops, what happens to it in the ground. they wilt, they die.
That's a real good
This
point.
is how we come up with the concept of time. When we understand that if I count this many days, it's gonna start snowing on me again.
You're making me
That's
jealous,
fine.
Resla. You gotta stop this shit.
Never mind.
You're too clever for your own good. I swear to God.
So
You guys missed it earlier. You guys missed it earlier. Some of you guys missed it earlier because I really broke it down. I blew people's mind when I just gave them regular math about our quote
Oh my Lord.
12-month system. In fact, I'll do it with you guys up here because some of you guys weren't up here. Hey, guys, how many months do we have in a year?
you mean by labor
12
hours, or
now.
you mean by the Gregorian
No,
calendar?
don't ask me. I didn't ask you how many times you sleep with your wife. How many months do we have in a year?
He said the Gregorian. Wow. Okay.
Miss Thing said 12. Okay, cool. How many months are in 1 year?
It's actually 13.
No. Shush. Like, how many months are in 1 year?
As
I'm sorry,
we
how many
move
months are in,
time,
how many weeks are in 1 month? Sorry, how many weeks are in 1 month?
weeks are in a month? 4.
Okay.
No, it's 4.5.
Stop,
4.5.
Simon. Stop.
Shut up!
Stop. So you said it's 4 weeks in a month, right? Okay, cool. So we're gonna break this down. How many weeks are in 1 year?
Oh shit! 4 times 12 is
What?
48.
48. But how many weeks are in a year? 52.
That was really brave of you to actually say,
No,
like,
so if we have 52 weeks minus 4 gives us how many? 48. Which means that there's actually 13 months in a year.
Yep.
and who created this? The British. We brought this to you, and at the same time, that this is your life. This is the thing. Like, we
Hey,
made you
Simon.
speak English.
Simon, the Pope, the Catholic Pope, way back in like 1500 or 1400, changed the calendar, changed our time. He said, "No, we're going to do it this way now. We're on the Gregorian calendar."
So I think that's to the point that time is a social construct, because if man can change it at will, it's not something in and of itself. It's something that we're creating, because not only are there different types of calendars like Inca, the Mayan, the Roman, different cultures have different calendars all over the world. Not every culture even have 12 months in a year. All cultures don't even look at time the same.
But what I wouldn't say is the word time is not real. I'm just saying time is different and time needs to be managed. The same way there are people until recently in our history, in our lifetime, and everyone who's up here in our lifetime, until recently, people who were in California, people who were in Lower Florida never saw snow. First time in their life.
I totally respect like due diligence, but I mean the thing is like I'd really love for him to be able to understand that he can't actually speak another language. Like, so if you've ever been to another country or something, something like that, then you can't really speak on shit, to be real. Like, so you're just speaking to your people.
No, again, Simon. Show is called Opinionated.
Yeah, and I'm being opinionated. I'm just saying, like, he's speaking a good game, but I'm just saying, like, yo, speak to me in Chinese or some shit like that.
Yours.
Speak to me in Chinese or some shit like that. Maybe I'll appreciate it a bit more. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, nigga, don't make me a fucking shirt.
Yeah.
The fuck?
Who the fuck is Dominico?
Next month, most places here in the States are going to jump forward an hour. We're going to lose an hour until the fall, and we'll get back. It's called daylight savings time. Why the fuck?
Thank you. And we do that based on what? Because what people do? Agriculture. That's exactly what it is.
Don't be running your fucking mouth like acting like you got some shit or understand what the fuck's going on a global fucking scale when you can't even speak another language.
Really?
Don't do that.
Are you talking to me? Are you
No,
talking? to me?
no. I ain't speaking to you in that sort of sense. I'm speaking to somebody else, but at the same time,
Oh, you
like,
ain't speaking to me.
no.
Why is it? Why is it?
I thought we was relating. Now you're gonna go on. I'm speaking to you like no, I ain't doing that.
Why is it for the second time the idea, the concept of mastering time, yet everybody wants to go the idea of, oh, well, let's just take this word time.
The only
and we'll
thing
just
you
change
master
the
is your
meaning,
hands.
and then we're masters of it because we define it. That's not what the phrase even remotely means. But it does indicate how behaviors work within human nature.
You are so backward, bro. Every time
this is why the vast majority of society are unproductive.
Stop, guys.
No
Stop. Because you guys, wait, stop. Because Josh seems to be following it, but people are getting lost in the idea of human behavior. That's the whole thing. Nigga, shut the fuck up. You one of the first people that started doing this bullshit. We're talking about human behavior and what their understanding of what time is and why they are seeing it different from another human being. It's not about the seasons. Not everybody's a cropper. I've never had to worry about crops in my life, but I understand time.
Yeah, I know.
And there are people who claim that they master it, and I think they have a better handle on it than some other people because, quite frankly, based on the things that we say don't exist, some people say money don't exist because it's fiat. It's not really real because we work off of credit, we work off of barter, we work off our belief on it. But at the same time, we'll turn around and say, well, time doesn't exist. Which one is it? Because apparently you must believe in time because you're trading it to do extra hours, to do extra shifts, to work for someone, to get pennies on the fucking dollar when someone else who already made their money, you know what they turned around and did? Pay someone so that they don't have to do this shit. And guess what they have? The only thing that really matters most than anything else to anyone else. Time.
You know what takes time? It takes time to master shit, like figure shit out, like do your job real good. That takes time. If you want to master whatever job you pick in life, it takes time to master that job. If you do not,
Dom, you said time. Dom, you said time or air. You can't just leave time or air because you can have all the air you want.
The only reason he said that is because that's what he went through in his previous relationship.
You can have all the breath that you want. If you're not eating, if you're not drinking, you're still dead, aren't you? So, but guess what? By being able to purchase it, you know what they can also do that someone else doesn't take advantage of? The appreciation of air.
Oh yeah, the hey, I mastered
just
this.
To be able to sit down and just say, look at the dandelions. So many people don't do that.
I say that from the heart, like, bro. I was just like, I feel you, bro. I know.
So I believe that we can believe in something in the abstract sense, and it have real life effects on everyone. So whenever we say that it don't exist or it's not real, like that's what a social construct is. Like take something like the government, right? Like it's not nothing that's in nature. You're not going to find government out in nature. We created the government with abstract principles, which can be the same said with time. And I think
I might have to interject.
Go ahead.
Tribes, while they didn't call themselves a government, had a hierarchy system, and a government is a hierarchy system.
Well,
no, I don't disagree with that. But the question is government inherently, like, if people didn't exist, would government exist? And hierarchy is not essentially government either. We can't equate hierarchy with government. Hierarchy just entails an order.
Oh no! If we were still in tribes, if the chieftain did not like something, there was a consequence. And your ass was doing something. Your ass was hell for something.
You can't really ask that question. I mean, like.
But the question was, Resla, is the government that's something that you find in nature, or did man create it? Even if you look at it in hierarchy in the tribal sense, did we create the?
Yes.
Yeah. So
the only reason you exist is based on the government. I mean, what are you talking about, bro?
There's nothing.
That's wild. That's really wild.
We don't have to go. We don't even have to go to humans. Name me any living organism that does not fall to hierarchy.
That's above a bacteria. Yeah.
Even plants fall to hierarchy.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I think we may be projecting it on it because plants
It's been
don't
observed.
have a concept of hierarchy. Hierarchy is something that's a concept of the mind. Plants don't have a concept of the mind.
They
Do
don't.
you eat salad?
No, they don't.
A pack of wolves does not have a hierarchy.
Someone's got feedback. Someone's
A
got feedback.
pack of lions does not have a hierarchy.
I would like to interject as far as the coming ups of the things that is life. And when it comes to you want to talk about plants, somebody's going to get more sun. Somebody's going to based off of position, they are going to get more water. And they will destroy their own brother for growth. So when it comes to hierarchy, it's, hey, did you get more resources than the other and block the others? So it works just the same way in humanity. We are animals, and if you can block somebody or destroy somebody, you will see the repercussions of such actions. Should you be proud of them? I don't know.
But they are innate. The whole reason we even come to hierarchy status is because we already have these things called habits, habitual things that are used for survival. And plants have that.
If I may, please. In a pride of lions, if a male lion is born into the pride, the alpha male or the head honcho of the pride male eats the male ones.
Well, they don't always eat them. Sometimes they kill. But I can get a little closer than that. Our close cousins, apes. They also have a hierarchy.
Yeah,
they didn't have to learn that from us.
Especially in the silverback.
It is up for debate, though. They say that, and one of the main persons was that woman that was in the jungle that spent all that time. I forget her name.
Joan, whatever. Yeah.
Yes.
I know who you're talking about. But yeah,
right.
But
just let me get out the way.
Well, if I could finish my little pride lions thing, sometimes a female will escape the pride with a male, and they'll start their own pride. So yeah, if the head honcho male don't see the little male cub, it can't eat it, and mom will fucking skedaddle. And
and we see that with wolves as well.
So here's the thing: whenever we talk about hierarchy in a human aspect of it, we talking about conscious order, the way we order ourselves, right?
Wait.
But then hold on, just let me land. And then whenever we look at something like apes, we look at it and see that what looks like to us is an order, right? But it might not necessarily be that, because Jane Goodall, that's her name, just come to me, because even in her own words, she say, is it hierarchy or is it kind of like a bullying system, right? Hold on, you gotta let me land.
I love it. Go ahead.
So because hierarchy implies order, but when you just got somebody that's being a bully and just doing what they do instinctual, and we look at it as humans and project what we see as a hierarchy, they don't even have a concept of it. So if they're just going around and bullying it, and a bigger male bullies a smaller male, and then that male bullies somebody else, and then we look at it and say, aha, hierarchy. Not necessarily.
Sir. Does bullying happen in all species? Yes.
No, I don't.
Yes, it does.
Pigs do it. Squirrels do it. Yes.
Raccoons do it.
It's a hierarchy.
bees don't do it. You got different type of
Well,
animals.
that's a
Bees
hive
don't do
mind.
it.
You're
Are you
talking
gonna
about a hive mind.
carpenter bees versus the work? In fact, in all the working bees, they kill off the queen bee if she's not doing her own thing. It's a hierarchy status.
You
Oh
see,
yeah, they'll run away.
you
They'll
see,
run away.
bully each other. I
I
was.
love how you want the semantics when we're literally pointing out there. They will go after the queen. The bees will. If she's not doing her job, that's a fucking bully shit. They didn't just let her rock. She's excommunicado.
Yeah, she's run her
You know
course.
what they do? They make a brand. You know, and here's the funny part. Do you know how queens are made? They give them the royal jelly
The
in the
royal
larva.
jelly, yeah.
That's a hierarchy status.
So you're using all these terms that humans use to label bees, like queen bee. The queen bee doesn't know it's the
I
queen.
see what's
The
going
worker
on.
bee does not know it's a worker bee. The army bee. These are all labels that we have imposed on these
There
things.
ain't no
That
such thing as an
why,
army.
now you doing the Simon, bro. Just let me land. Why is it so hard for me to just land? I'll let you guys talk.
You
just start talking over me, and then I give you the respect. But anyway, all I'm saying is I understand what you guys are saying, and it does look like it. But for me, I whenever I look at it, I feel like it's humans projecting our traits on things. It's called anthropomorphism. It's just like whenever we say, "Do dogs love?" Right? Like, do dogs love? Dogs. I don't believe dogs are capable of loving. Love is a human emotion. And then when we talking about queens and worker ants and bees, they have no concept of this. These are all human concepts, and we are projecting them onto the world.
Here's a better question. Does your perception of a thing
No, stop. Wait. But before you even get into that, I just did a simple Google search. Do bees have hierarchies? Just a simple Google search. Just simple. Are we not going to accept this? We not going to accept this. What's that first word?
And a social hierarchy.
We're not going to accept that. What did I mention before? Queens, larvae, lay eggs. They get special jelly and everything. We're not going to accept that.
Jelly. And they'll usually do like 4 or 5.
I didn't even need to research this. I already know this from already having to study bees.
Hey, I got a dude that's got a bee.
I'm wondering why we're losing bees.
He's got a hunting farm, and so
there's a hierarchy status, sir.
That's how the shit works. And all the worker bees that go out and collect the pollen and honey are female.
So, let me ask this:
there's like 5 drones that tend to the queen.
If I may,
horrible. Does our perception of a thing change the functionality to be a thing?
If I may, I just want to say
it may not change the function, but it does change the way we look at it.
So your problem is your contention is how everybody sees something. Your problem with perception is everybody else's perception effectively.
Well, what I said was, do you know what anthropomorphism is?
Yeah, we're talking about functionality. When we're using a label, we're saying the queen bee, right? Because you're using a label to describe her function. It's the same concept.
I'm answering your questions, but I wish you would answer one of mine. Do you know what anthropomorphism is?
Sir. When you're using the word anthropomorphism, you're only referring to the attributes of human characteristics versus the characteristics that are held across all animal kingdoms.
So whenever I use the term,
because the only way you can keep holding that stance is that somehow you believe that humans aren't animals.
I do believe that humans are animals. What are you talking? Humans are.
You shouldn't have a problem with this.
So let me speak back to him. Right. It's not that I have an issue with it, because I believe that majority of society see it in the way you guys do. Right. I'm saying that there may be another option. Like whenever we say dogs love, dogs don't have the capacity to love. That's a human emotion. Whenever hold on, you gotta let me land. Whenever we the queen bee, there's a worker bee. These are all conceptions of human, and I'm saying we are projecting these labels on the things, And it may look like that to us because that's what happens in our world. We see king, queen, may. We created these things. So when we turn around and see them in nature, we tend to do the same thing and be like, "Hey, this is in hierarchy," but it may not nice. So let me just say one more thing. Let me say one more thing.
What's a hierarchy?
Let me say one more thing. So the other thing is there's another way to look at it too, because what we in the West call hierarchy, people in the East, especially like African cultures, will have a term called the circle of life, right? And then they look at things as circular, like there's no top of the hierarchy. It's everybody working together, and these are just natural processes, right? So you can have something like maybe like the like you was talking about the plants growing and just doing this thing, but it's also knocking off things below them, and it looks like hierarchy, but essentially you can look at it and be like it's the circle of life also, that it's everything is dependent on each other, and they all are working off of each other, depending on each other. So there's another way to just look at it.
That's a hierarchy. You're saying all the stuff that a hierarchy is. Literally, do you know what a hierarchy is? It is literally a social order.
Did I say hierarchies don't exist? Was that my argument?
How are you turn around and try to make everything distinctively different from human beings and every other species when they all work in tandem on a social order? You're not saying nothing different from what I was already saying.
You literally just said you're acting like I'm arguing against hierarchy. I never said that I was against it. I said you could look at it in a different way, is what I said specifically.
What's your different way if it's all synonymous? How is it different if it's synonymous?
I didn't say that. I don't believe that it's synonymous.
Everything you said falls within the rank of hierarchy. Everything.
I think I was talking about interpretation of what we're seeing. I think that the humans look at it and interpret it as hierarchy, but it can be interpreted as other things too.
You saying the circle of life is still a hierarchy?
No, because a hierarchy has things that are like at the top that are ruling over things, and there's some type of order, and things follow this order.
By definition is a hierarchy.
I'm sorry. Look, Resla said the circle of life. You're born.
I mean, I thought Mufasa explained it better. But apparently, I ain't paying attention to the movie. I fucked up. Simba's a better king than me for sure.
I guess. I look, man. I got lost. You know, hey, time is a measure of change to me. That's how I perceive time. If things change around me, then time's still moving. If things stop changing, I done got locked in the Twilight Zone or some shit. Yeah.
This will be the third time. I'll ask this again. If your perception of a thing changes that thing, right? Is that how you function? Oh, if I see a thing, right, and think it's a boy or think it's a girl, right, I'm just going to change the functionality of what the boy or girl is.
Wait, what?
Does this sound familiar?
No, it doesn't.
Perception does not fucking mean shit.
Hey, look, have you ever, back in high school, have you ever been sitting in detention and it took 9 hours for 1 hour to go by your perception? Okay, and then maybe you were raking out in high school with a chick in the back seat or the person of your choice, whoever. The hour that you spent with them felt like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I don't sit around thinking about.
It's not thinking about it. It's what actually I had.
Yeah, I'm not so self-stuck on myself, like where there's nothing else in life that I'm. What did I do 5 minutes ago? I'm concentrating on what I'm doing, or at least as best as I can.
Well, I mean, I know you're getting focused on the now, and that's the
no. I'm highly productive. That's the difference.
Really?
I don't sit around thinking about,
have you got us
this pencil look like something else. What the hell? Masters of time. What do you think it means? Do you think you can only comprehend it if you understand time?
Doctor Who. That's what I came in with in my head. Master of time, Doctor Who. Yeah.
Even as him and his people, as pompous as they are to call themselves time lords, he still wasn't a master of time. He's still a slave to it.
Oh yeah. He
No,
still could fix.
time
Yeah.
is his weapon, but he's no master of it. You know what his weapon is? Communication.
Mhm.
His
Why-
weapons are words, not time.
Yeah. Why do you think he always had a companion? He had his
That's
two
a-
little sidekicks. Yeah.
Well, first of all, he always had a companion to keep him in check.
Yep. To make sure he didn't fuck everything up. Yeah.
So if the limit of your time is death, basically however long that you can function, right? If that's the
Well,
limit.
that's the limit of your time too.
Well, yeah, that's the limit of every living creature, right? Like is death.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay, so now now let me finish the damn question. If that's the limit, how do you master it?
So let me just say that's a faulty premise because you said everything's limit of time, but time itself is limitless. It's people that expire. Time
Oh
does
my
not
God,
ever
this
expire.
semantic bullshit.
Wait, stop.
You conflating two things. Go ahead, Rick.
No, I hear here's the part where I'm going to agree with you. The only reason why, here's the truth of the matter: time can only be expounded by the living. Because you know what? Because the planet does not speak to us, it cannot tell us what time is. If he wants to be that freaking minute to the point of it as saying that the only people who can actually make up time, even though every animal understands time, plants understand time, small critters, large critters.
Absolutely not.
You don't think a dog understands that it gets old? You don't think a cheetah understands that it's getting old? You don't think an ape understands it's getting old? Because they take care of their old. They take care of their old. So they understand time. The concept that you think that only human beings understand time is absolutely insane because we have already documented evidence of it.
Hey, look. Okay.
What evidence is that?
Okay, I've got evidence. May I?
Apes have done it. Dogs have done it. Wolves have done it. Hell, here's the funny part about it. Chickens actually did it, and they're one of the stupidest animals that we have.
What example do we have of chickens like having knowledge of time?
Old hens. There was a study done. The old hens will allow the younger hens will allow the old hen to actually eat.
So that is not a consequence of time. That's a consequence of something aging.
If I may, look.
Hold on. Why don't you never let me finish speaking, bro?
Why don't you ever let me say anything?
I wasn't finished saying what I was saying. I'll let you speak, bro. You're doing the assignment. You're doing the assignment.
Sir, as far as I can understand, even between human history, like we allow two people to eat before us. That is the elderly and the young.
So you are speaking of,
and I'm telling you that there are already examples of other species that do exactly the same thing.
So you conflating two things. When we talk about time, we already agreed time is a unit of measure and it goes around the sun, the earth moving around. That's one aspect of it. Whenever you talk about things aging, people progressing, and people expiring, that may be hold on. That is a consequence of time, but it is not time. You're calling you making the effect. Hold on. You are looking at the effect
time. I had a whole monologue, sir. What part of time did I speak of? Did I speak about the earth rotating, or did I talk about people having as much of it as possible? Which means that why? They're expiring. Did I mention anything else about rotating? Did I mention anything about the 4 seasons? I did not. I get it that you want to take the concept of time, and you want to bring it up and say 8 ways till Sunday. I gotta say 8 because you know there's an extra month.
Right. Well, I just think that it's being conflated, man. I understand what you're saying, but I think we do have to separate things. Like people, I forget what it's called whenever like degrading. Like as we age and as we degrade, like the body breaks down. I think that's a consequence of time. So whenever you look at somebody and being like, animals know of time because they let older animals eat. Well, I don't think an animal is looking at it in time sense. If an older animal sees another animal is broken down, he may just want to just move over, but he's not conceptualizing anything about time. That's the point that I was making.
I'll go back to the point that clockwork was saying. If there is a lion who is the oldest lion and he's running the pride, you know who challenged him? It's never another old lion.
So that mean they got a concept of time. That mean they got a concept of time. That mean they got a concept of time.
In fact,
that means they got a concept of time.
Because we say it about men who have son. When the son think I could take him. That's literally literally the equivalent.
Anthropomorphism.
You're defeating your own argument, bro.
You keep saying that word, and I don't think it means what you think it means. Anthropomorphism comes from Disney movies, like Baloo. Baloo is a bear that walks around and dances and sings songs. That's anthropomorphism.
Bro, it don't come from you can use a concept like I just gave an example when I said when people say the dogs love.
Yeah, a dog
anthropomorphism. No, but that is anthropomorphism. Whenever you
it's not. It's an instinct.
Oh my goodness.
It's an instinct. Do you choose who you
I'm gonna do this because I don't want to keep doing this, but I understand I'm gonna have to because you keep mentioning like anthropomorphism, right? When literally the only thing that you're trying to separate is you're literally doing they not like us. That's what you're doing. Because anthropomorphism is
you're strawmanning everything you say.
I'm talking to you right now. I'm talking to my guy right now because he's the one that keeps mentioning the word. You keep mixing up the very word that keeps trying to separate us from other things. When I'm telling you literally, and you even agree to it, that there are plenty of things apart other species that find symmetry. So how can we be so different when there are other things that also find things to be synonymous with us?
Bro, I can explain.
Shut up.
Stop. And the reason why I keep letting you slide with that word is because I'm trying not to literally put the definition because it's going to shut what you're saying down.
Please do. So, I can speak to what you said because anthropomorphism, again, is humans taking human attributes and projecting them on things that aren't human. So whenever you're taking the concept of time, which is a human conception, and say that animals that are not human have a concept of it, is anthropomorphism.
No,
now, hold on. I did not interrupt you. Now, and then like we think that when birds follow seasons, they have some type of concept of time. No, they are following the weather. Whenever a dog lets another dog eat, it's not acknowledging time because the dog is old. It's just looking at it and saying that it's beat down. Maybe we want to give it a chance. We don't have no way of understanding if these animals understand time. So that's why I'm bringing up the term.
What does that say?
Then how does my cat know
Stop.
what time I get off work?
Before we even get, what does that say?
Exactly what I said. It says the. I'm going to agree. Do you want me to read it?
God, animal, or object. It says object, sir.
That's what I said. I said humans giving human attributes to things that aren't human.
Well, yeah. Have you ever sat down with the kid and watched the movie?
Hold on, I want Resla to go because he brought that up like it was a real argument, but it absolutely did not.
I can't.
Is your claim that we can't talk about a thing if we're gonna if it's human but it doesn't exist within their realm and we can't demonstrate it, that you can't describe it that way? Is that what you're claiming it?
No, I'm saying that only human.
Then what the fuck does this matter?
I'm trying. You don't understand the claim.
Yeah, we're describing stuff.
No shit.
Did the
so then what the fuck is the problem?
I'm just asking.
That they don't have no concept of the idea that we're applying to them.
Person knows or comprehends, let alone another animal.
What?
How do you know the mind of another person, another animal, another anything? How do you know another mind outside of your own?
You guys are making the claim that they have a concept of time, and I'm challenging y'all's position. So you tell me.
They function.
Were they
Similar
born?
ways
That
that
was a good
we
one,
do.
Josh.
Were they
Because they
born?
function. Because
Yes,
they function,
because they
Josh.
function.
Were
I'll
they
take
That's
the
what
vote for Josh.
comprehension is.
What doesn't
Everything
function, bro?
does
That's
a
not saying nothing. That's not even saying nothing. Because they function. That was
because
just
they
that was
function.
silly. That don't
You
mean nothing.
recognize a pattern, you put a label on that pattern, that label is a description of a function.
So let me understand this. Let me understand this too. So let me just ask you a qualifying question before I can ask you a real question. Have you ever been on a farm with like chickens?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So do chickens lay year round or do they take breaks?
They take breaks. And why is somebody else answering?
I mean, I said
Why is everybody answering you? I asked you a question. They take breaks, right?
They do.
Oh my goodness, clockwork! You simoning out
Hey,
right
look,
now.
look, if I could, hey,
You want me
how
to
you
determine me
doing?
timing
How
out?
you doing, mate?
You simoning out, bro.
Nice to see you. Yes,
yes,
they do.
yes,
It's
they,
like,
yes, they.
as soon as I
Oh
try
my
to
goodness.
talk. Okay, fair enough.
Yes, Resla. Yes,
And why do they do that?
It's cause it's
because it's probably due to their biology. I'm not a biologist, but to try to answer your question, they probably only produce. Their body probably only produces a certain amount at certain times, and it may look like. Hold on, I'm trying to answer your question. It may look like they're have some type of time, but they can't produce. It's the same thing with women. Women only hold on. They can only be fertile at certain times, which means they can only have babies at certain times. Which would apply the same thing with chickens. They're not looking. They're not saying that it's winter time, so we better not lay no chickens.
So I'm gonna ask. Stop, clockwork. Stop. My God. So I'm gonna ask you. Do all bears hibernate in the winter?
Yes. Well, no, I don't think they do. I don't think they do.
No, because even grizzly bears, the most notorious bears for hibernating in winter, can stay up year round, especially because they're doing what? And I'll say this: by human influence, they're in fucking circuses. They're in fucking they're in fucking zoos. They don't have the opportunity of hibernating, which means that it's possible.
Are you saying that means that they understand what time is?
If we left them alone to their own devices, that means yes, they do.
Yeah, they understand.
Yes,
I think they have a biological clock. I don't think that they can help it.
If we didn't, we never hear about bears hibernating in the summer, sir. They have a clock.
Anything that I said they have a biological clock that
so they understand time.
A clock. Oh.
So they understand time.
No, you can't help your biology. You can't help your instincts. This is something that you can't manage.
Interrupted, and bears can stay up year round. So yes.
So you saying that a bear is acknowledging a certain time and is saying that I better lay down rather than
I gotta go hibernate. It's exactly this day of the month. I have to go hibernate.
Look, I live where black.
Go to Ringling. It is winter time now. Go see your latest Ringling Brothers and Barnum Bears Bailey Circus. You will see the bear still up.
And is he looking at his calendar?
He got a watch.
You know what else he already missed? He missed his old spring snack when he was supposed to be sitting there farming salmon, not fucking eating nuts and berries.
Yeah, exactly. It depends on their diet. If they can accumulate enough fat and shit to hibernate, they will. But if they can't, they don't.
And what
that goes to my point.
And what tells them to do that? Their biological clock based on what? They know to be a time of reference based on seasons.
Jesus.
There you go. Seasons. The very thing I mentioned from the very beginning, which is why we even had the whole calendar. Because even we, human beings, run off of what? Seasons.
So I want to give an example.
We run off the clock.
I want to give an example. So if a bear recognizes that it's cold outside and say that I better hibernate, that's the same thing as a bear understanding the concept of time. He could just be realizing that it's cold, or even like birds or something. When they're cold come, they can say, in our mind, they'll say, yeah. Hold, just let me finish. Just let me finish. Just let me finish.
Hold on.
May I finish?
Let him cook. Let him cook. I got an easy answer for it. Go ahead. Let him cook.
So, like, if an animal gets cold, right? That's a cue, right? It's not the same as saying that it recognizes time. It's saying that it's got a biological cue. It's got an environmental cue signal that says, yeah, I might want to get out the way, but that's not synonymous with knowing what time it is. What time is.
What is the sorry, you got feedback. So what is the cue for human beings for knowing when it's gonna get cold and that they need to start hunting to make sure that they have enough fur to keep warm?
The color of the light from the sun.
What's the cue? What's the cue?
It's a lot of color. You can use the calendar. You can use.
I love it. The calendar. A reference of time.
What does that have to do with the animals?
Because
everything.
Animals understand time the same way how we use time. We use a calendar based on what? How we hunt, how we grow crops. That's time. That's measurement of time.
Changes. Yeah. Seasonal changes.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I disagree with you, but I hear what you're saying. But I just disagree.
Well, do you know the actual way we started counting days and nights and shit, and how long it was? It was because we watched the phases of the moon, and as the phases of the moon changed, we were like, okay, it goes from here to like bright as shit to gone, and okay, that's a month. That's how that shit started.
Okay, 1 second. Due diligence. Trust me, I'm not here to. I literally woke up less than 5 minutes ago. I'm not here to troll. My brain's not awake enough. So,
he's a liar,
everybody.
But look, either it was from
1 second.
new moon
1
to
second.
new moon was a month.
1 second. 1 second.
New moon to new moon was a month, or full moon to full moon was a month. Way back.
Due diligence. I don't know the answer to the question that you're trying to discuss right now, but I have 3 cats, right? How does my cat know? I'm not trolling. I'm just because I spent my whole life saying, you know, cats only see black and white, dogs only see black and white. They don't have emotions. That's what we were taught in the 80s and stuff like that, right? This is not true. But how does my miniature Maine Coon know what time I get off work? And then my shift changes and I'm not off at 10 p.m. anymore. Now I'm off at 7:45 or whatever. But somehow she knows. She will not come near my desk or scream or cry or anything, but somehow she knows what time I'm off work, even when my schedule changes, and then comes to my door and screams at me to give her treats. How does she know what time of day that is every day? How does she know?
I'll let everybody else answer first, and then I'll answer.
Dogs do it. My dog can leave, and they'll already pick up and look at the window.
So I wouldn't say if you did something for, you know, however long, you kind of trained them to know, right? It's not like they recognizing.
No, I'm not being rude. I'm not being rude.
No, I did not interrupt. Why I can't finish cooking? Every time I get to cooking, I say 3 words. Y'all charged over me. Just let me land. I'll be respectful to you guys. But so
other people got to mute because there's feedback.
Just gonna do that.
I got you. I'm gonna give you the green screen.
So you conflating 2 things. You know what I'm saying? You saying that I have done this every day for however much time, right? So you actually trained your cat. Your cat know from you training it, but it don't have no concept of time like we have a concept of time. You actually trained it to know if you come home at the same time, it's going to feel you coming home. It might hear you coming up. It might have all kinds of things. So I don't. So to answer your question, I don't know specifically if that's absolute, but that would be my answer to your question. I think is a valid answer. Training.
Okay, but you missed one part of it though.
What I missed?
Which is when my shift changed and I'm now off 3 hours earlier, and it's only been one day. This is the first day that my shift changed. How does she know that I'm off now?
Bad question.
So let me, because that does not imply nothing about the cat knowing the time. So that doesn't have nothing. Can I answer?
Ruin that whole thing you just said.
Yeah, that doesn't have nothing to.
She's gonna say that's gonna ruin everything. Everything you just said, human beings are trained on the concept of time. That's how his cat was also.
So that has nothing to do with a cat knowing the concept of time. Think about what you said. You said if I come home, like I had a routine and I came home at this time for a year. And then the first day I came home 3 hours earlier, how did my cat know? Well, I should ask you the same question. Hold on. You gotta let me say. How does that relate to anything that we're talking about that a cat should know time because you came home 3 hours earlier? How would it know? How would you? I'm asking you. How do you think that means that your cat know time?
I've had a dog. It didn't matter when I was in college. It didn't matter what time I came home. My dog knew. My dog would run and bust her ass sliding down the fucking steps to go greet me. And I'm like, God damn, girl. When I was in college, I would come home. I would come in the morning. I would come at late night. I would come lit a lot.
Resla trying to clean it up for you, but I busted. I knocked that shit out the park.
No, because you missed something that I didn't mention. I work from home, right? So it's not I'm coming home at a certain time. I work from home. My work desk and my personal desk are in the same room in my office here, right?
10th man, let me make a small interjection. I answered 2 of your questions in a row. Will you please answer mine? What consequence of time does that have to do with anything? How is that a consequence of your cat knowing time if you came home 3 hours earlier and your cat knew? So you think it looked at the clock on the wall and said that I know he's come home. You said the first day that you came home 3 hours earlier, your cat knew. So how would your cat know other than that your cat reading the damn clock in order to tell time? And then you didn't tell him. So is your cat psychic now?
Dude, I'm gonna say something. It's gonna sound disingenuous. I'm gonna let you know right up front. Are there dogs who can tell time?
Oh, sure. Look, okay, there's this thing.
I asked, dude, diligence. Y'all I could tell y'all wasn't shit in high school. Y'all just cheated on all your tests.
Yeah, let me Google it.
I don't believe dogs can tell time.
So if we go ahead and we can already see videos and even the people who got recorded to get us a book, a world record of Jack Terriers that are able to do math and subtraction, not multiplication, not division, but they can't tell time.
Correct, because math does not imply that you know time. Well, how are you conflating the two? What does math have to do with time?
Let me tell you, because I can say right now, if you cannot calculate time, if you cannot calculate math, you cannot calculate time.
No, you would have to show me an example of a dog recognizing time. I don't agree, and I don't believe.
Whoa. We were literally, he just talked about his cat, and I can tell you from my 2 dogs that I used to have on separate time. One died, then another came up. They automatic, and I didn't come home at the same time. They knew when I was going to walk into the door. They knew. But my dad at the same time. She was already up. In fact, this how sad it was, because when we put cameras into place, her ass would get up on the sofa. We are not the type of people that like dogs in our beds, dogs on the couches, whatever. She would be on the couch. She would know when to get off. She would know when to get off the couch. And the only way we would know is not because they left pet hair behind, because we had dogs, so we had pet hair, but is we had to put our hands on the actual couch itself to feel if it was warm.
So this is what I'm saying, Resla, to you and 10th man, and I agree with y'all that y'all's animals are do that, but I want to know how y'all coming to the conclusion that means that the animal understands time. Now hold on, let me get a caveat. To say that you didn't tell your animal, which was 10th man said, this wasn't your claim, but 10th man said that his animal didn't have no idea what time he was coming home. But when he came home, his animal was right there if it knew the time he was coming home. What are you trying to imply with that whenever you say that, Resla? Because the only way is the dog watching the clock. Like, you tell me, how are you figuring that the dog knows time because it's at the door whenever you're there? How you coming to this? Because the dog is sitting there.
On your part for a woman. I'm a lean on your part for a woman because here's the difference between their species and ours. They have keen hearing, so I can say that when I came home at whatever time, and I wasn't driving at the time, when I just walked up to the door, whatever time, maybe she heard the gate or whatever. So she has better hearing than any of us. So that's how she probably heard it. But when I was driving, we literally did this. We put up cameras. That's how we knew she was fucking staying on the couch. And then when the time would come, she would get up literally like 10, maybe 15 minutes beforehand, and she would just do this at the window.
Oh yeah, look.
She knew we were coming.
Yeah.
She did that before y'all even pulled up?
Before we pulled up, I literally had, listen, I've been holding on to cameras for a long time. We literally filmed it.
So I'm trying. You still didn't answer my question. My question was, how do you come to the conclusion that the animal can tell time? Because
I'm gonna link it right now. The same way how we can figure out how the animal could tell time is the same way how our bear knows what time it is to hibernate.
So
hold on. That's not explaining how. How does that work? Because it's one thing because like hold on. Because here's how we tell time. Let me say something. Let me say one thing. Let me say one thing.
I'm gonna do it the way you did it.
All right,
hey, Dave, can you quit with the echo?
What they did is what pigeons do, what ducks do, what all these other animals do that we don't have a good landing on. Anthropomorphism. They have something that we don't.
Okay. I'm confused.
Can I have just?
We don't. They can understand how that world moves around, how the seasons change and everything, and apparently we fucked up on that.
All right.
Then why don't they have a way to record it?
I had to mention several animals now that also migrate on different patterns.
Okay, can I ask a question?
We fucked that up.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
How all these animals might follow a schedule or follow a pattern like you're talking about, but which one of them can actually sit down and plan it out, make the plan of the schedule in front of them and like record it? Like,
oh, you got to have Donald Duck in charge of everybody. Oh, you're muted, Resla. There you go.
Resla, you're on mute. You're muted, Resla. Resla, you're muted.
Oh, is that what you're saying, Blind? I give my fucking dog my fucking glasses so she can do taxes with me? What exactly?
That's what I'm asking. That's what you're saying. That you're saying that you not taxes make your schedule.
How far? No. What do you mean? What do you mean by make a schedule? First of all, can you communicate English with another dog? Ever?
Well, that's what you're saying. Yeah, you're saying they can conceive of time.
Is that what I'm saying? Did anyone hear me say that? Anyone hear me say that? Why are we making shit up? Why are we making shit up? Why are we making shit up? You know what? Alex, exactly. What the F? That didn't make no sense. Can you come on? Can you try again? Try again, Blind. I'm gonna give you another opportunity. Try it again.
No, I'm asking. I'm not trying to make any points because I
cannot make a schedule with something that cannot communicate back with me.
Well, then how do you know they can conceive of time?
What did I just say earlier? Apparently you weren't paying attention. You know, there's this word, it's Latin. It was just sad because you're Latin too. Like Latin to listen, you know, it hearing and understanding. We literally videotaped our dog over several days, and she did the exact same shit.
But that just means it's living time. They're not that it's conceiving of time.
Oh, sorry, we didn't have death time. Yes, it's living time.
No, but how do you
we
know
doing
the dog
here?
can conceive of it? Conceive
If it
of
didn't matter whether I came home at 2 or whether I came home
Okay.
at fucking 5, if she knew when to get the fuck up, she can tell time.
Wait,
You're
wait,
not
wait, wait, wait,
understanding.
wait, wait, wait. Maybe I think maybe I might understand the contention here. Do you think that when we say time, that we mean literally like 1 second, 2 seconds,
No,
3 seconds?
no. Their thing, no. What their thing is that the dog did this. I really get up. I don't look at the fucking clock. And I don't forget it's 10:24. And
Y'all are saying that, not us. We're saying that the dog just
Exactly,
lives.
Blind.
We're saying
Exactly.
the dog just lives.
Fuck.
No. Resla's not saying that the cat knows at exactly 4:45, right? Like that's not his claim. It's concept of time.
exactly.
It could be a completely different metric. It most likely
concept
is
of time,
a different
not
metric.
reading of time. Concept of time. You know what, Josh? I'm happy that you said that word because apparently that was getting lost in translation. The concept, not the reading. The concept of time. Bears have a concept of time. Birds have a concept of time. Ducks have a concept of time. Animals have a concept of time. We don't. You know that whole anthropomorphism that we fucked up on because we used to migrate as well before we started settling as human beings? We fucked that up.
Okay, hold on. Look, do they? Okay, you say they have a concept of time, but do they? That's kind of crazy to say that. They might have a concept of their existence.
Anything that
Dude,
operates
get your boy.
based off
I
of a
can't explain
pattern.
it any better. Dude, get your boy.
Can we calm down for 1 second?
I mean,
Just one
Y'all
second.
don't understand.
Birds,
Y'all don't understand.
bears. Like,
Yes,
get your
we
boy.
do.
Can I just finish with due diligence because I don't like leaving things unresolved. It'll eat me for days. So
Yeah, go ahead.
due diligence. I get what you're saying, and trust me, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. If you knew how much I like you and respect you, you would you'd probably be surprised. And I don't know why. Just something about your personality.
I think you being fair, Tim, man. I think you being honest.
So I'm not coming home from work. Right? Like 10, 15 years ago, I wouldn't have thought what I think. Right? But Galadriel, you've seen her picture. She's on my channel, right? She's a miniature Maine Coon. I work from home and have worked from home since the beginning of the pandemic. My shift changed a couple weeks ago where I no longer get off at 10 p.m. and now I get off at 7:45, right? Somehow, because for months, she knew I get off at 10 and about approximately 15 or 10 minutes to 10 p.m., she would come up, stand at my door and scream because she wants me to like play with her or whatever, give her treats or whatever, wet food. Then a couple weeks ago, my shift changed and now I'm up at 7:45. And somehow she knew that now I'm off at a different time that same day. Now, maybe she's watching what I do on my screen. I don't know. But somehow she knows now I'm off at an earlier time. How would she possibly know that?
So you're saying your cat or dog watched you schedule a differentiation in your schedule and planned accordingly.
Before human beings started settling, what were we known for doing?
Look, I can.
Before we started settling down and tilling the land and staying still in one place, what were human beings known for?
We were.
But y'all are conflating two different things.
I need one person. I need one person at a time.
Okay, tell me when I can go because I would just want like 2 minutes where I can actually make the point because there is a solid point in here.
What was the point you made?
Go ahead.
Okay, y'all are conflating two different things. What me and Du are saying is that human beings have the conceptualization of the abstract of time, as in we can imagine what happened in the past and we can imagine what's happening in the future. But the only thing that is real right now is the now. An animal cannot conceive of time in the future. An animal just knows it's living then and there.
I love how you dragged imagination into this, but this conversation was never about imagination. The concept
well, that's
was about
what those
time.
are. That's what when you're saying.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not.
That's an imagination, bro.
I just said it earlier, and even Du got quiet on it when I said there were so many other animals that can conceive time. We're the ones that's breaking.
You don't know that there is no scientific evidence to say that animals could have a concept of
sitting still. You know what we started doing? You know what we were always doing for all time? We were migrating. We had something called caravan.
Yes, but that's instinct. That's instinct, bro. That's instinctual.
Oh, you mean and what drove instinct? The changing of what?
Not a concept of time.
What changes seasons if not time?
Yes, but you're conflating two different things. It has nothing to do with nothing. What you're saying has nothing to do with what you're saying.
So have you ever known spring to come before winter?
So just because time changes, an animal can.
Have you ever known spring to come before winter?
Straw man question. I'm not going to answer a straw man question.
From the west.
I'm not going to answer a straw man question because that has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
If you're going to be on the same level of humanity as the rest of us.
So just because time passes, animals can conceive of it.
Oh, wait. I'm happy that you said that. Thank you for agreeing. Time passes. Thank you.
Yes, time passes.
No, so time is a real thing. Thank you.
So now can I talk to due diligence?
Thank you. That's a W. That's a W. That's a W.
I like
now it's time.
Okay, I'll give you the W. I'll give you the W.
What the fuck are we doing here? That's a W. Thank you. I don't know how it took so long to get here, but thank you for acknowledging time.
Yes, time is real. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Jeez. Thank you.
But animals can't conceive of time.
Absolutely can. Absolutely can.
I mean, yeah.
They've been doing it for as long as we've been here.
And animals don't love. They don't have emotion. That's what I can't get past. My fucking dog loves me.
Wrong.
Fair enough.
I love the fact that we think that we're so morally superior that we're the only ones that understand the concept of time, when literally time was created off of the very thing that every other species follows: seasons.
No,
but somehow we're special. Literally.
But why don't animals record it then? If they have the concept, then why don't they record it?
Listen to understand and not to hear, not to respond. We created the calendar to follow seasons.
How can you understand something that makes no sense? How can you understand something
so disrespectful? Dude, shut the fuck up while he's trying to explain what he's saying. If you can't retain a thought long enough to be able to respond after he's done talking, then go somewhere else where you can fucking learn. Like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, even right now. I'm trying to correct you. You're pissing him off.
It's not your place to correct me. How about that?
No,
yeah, the fuck it is, dummy. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?
Stop. Don't let me start dropping. Dude, since you were being reasonable about shit, right? I'm just gonna ask you a very simple question. You know what? Hold on. We're gonna do this. Give me a moment, James. I see you. Just since we're being reasonable, dude. Would you agree that the concept of migration patterns and how we created the calendar and everything else is all based on how we basically looked at time when it came to agriculture? How we follow seasons?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. Can we not say that there are plenty of other animals that they follow migration patterns and agriculture to where they can eat at?
I want to give you the short answer, yes. But if you still want to go, I'll let you go. But I would like to expound on my yes, if you don't mind, unless you're still going.
The reason why I absolutely no problem letting you give your point, because I'm always open to the opportunity, to the possibility of being wrong. But go ahead.
I think you bringing me around to your side, right? I think there is that gray area. Because I think humans cognitively, consciously, if not looking at animals and the seasons and notice that, hey, maybe they noticed the animals first migrating with the seasons and the humans started doing the same thing. And that's what helped us use it as a measure for time, right? So if an animal does it, and they recognizing it at the same time, I can kind of give you that. But I will give you that much. But are they perceiving it like humans? And I'm not trying to split hairs and make it real specific. But if seasons changing is a mechanism of time and animals is recognizing that, yes. But I think humans have a way bigger like constitution of what we perceive as time. So I can kind of I can see.
Because prior because that's already built into records as well. Prior to there start being stationary areas of people who were moving to warmer climate. When I say warmer, I mean more the desert areas before we started really building a calendar, because that is still documented as to when calendars actually started being formed, right? Before we started settling in Rome way later. But the aspect is that before that even happened, because what do you want to talk about the Mayans, or what do you want to talk about the Egyptians or whatever? You know what they used to do? They used to migrate. We still use the word today. They were caravans. We even had a name for the people, gypsies.
Yeah, I agree. The only pushback that I will give you, and it's on the prior point, that the present point is valid. The previous point, I would just say you could also look at it like this: which one is true? The one that you presented, or this one? As far as animals perceiving the season changes and then migrate, that's a conception of time. Or we can just say that, hey, animals realize that when it's cold, they need to just go somewhere where it's warm. I think that's different than perceiving time. So I think you could look at, hold on. I think you could look at it that way too, because if it gets cold and an animal move is just instinctual, they're not recognizing time. They just don't want to be cold and want to go to where it's warm. So I think we have to concede that also.
No, not true. Because do you know where fish go? I love this. When grizzlies decide they want to go ahead and go to sleep, right? Do they move south or do they stay to hibernate? And the thing that they hibernate off of when they're feeding for for that time are what? Salmon, which go from the warm climates to the winter climate. They already know it's a one-way trip. They don't have any expectations of survival. They want to give birth to their children, which means they even risk life and limb to get there, swimming upstream, tiring themselves out. For someone else, the bears to feed off of, who could have gone south and lived a better life, easily able to hunt, but instead they stayed in colder climates to hibernate. There is a reason for everything. I would say that of all the species that actually do move on migration panels, it's only one species, anthropomorphism, that's broken now. Because we used to migrate. We no longer do. We're the broken ones.
I mean, I see what you're saying. I think you got some points. You know what I mean? I think my points are still valid. Which one is true? Like those points are valid, but I still stand on my points also.
So when I say animals have a concept of time, I'm not saying that they're sitting there reading a wristwatch. But if all animals to this very day still do the same migration patterns, how is it they don't understand the concept of time? When the concept of time is literally what we all follow, all species, as the regulation of seasons. Can we agree to that?
Yeah, at some point, but you gave the example with the salmon too. So do you believe that the salmons are recognizing seasons, or are they following some type of biological instinct? They want to go lay eggs, and if something tells them, let me finish. Something tells them in their system that I need to swim upstream and go to the same spot. Is something biological instinctively, or are they recognizing times? With the salmon example that you gave.
So first of all, the salmon are at sea. When did they start swimming upstream? They only swim upstream in one season.
So you believe that they're recognizing time?
Yes, they only swim up in one season.
And you don't think it could be something an internal biological clock that they like just have the instinct to go lay the eggs?
But even by the very concept of the word you have to use, biological clock means that they have an internal clock. They can tell time.
Yeah, but it's like our like what do you call the muscles that we don't have control over in the body, like your heartbeat? What do you call that? Like the muscles that you don't have conscious control over.
Your cardiovascular.
Yeah, but it's a certain term of the muscles that you can't consciously control. It's the same thing as like saying. But anyway,
Yeah, but yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that yes, we're using the term biological clock, but it's not nothing that they cognizant of. It's just something that they do instinctually. You know what I mean?
But you say that even for fish who only go up in one season to do so, but you know who also do the very same things and they risk their own offspring to do so? Tadpoles. You know who also do it? Alligators.
Yeah, I think they do, but I don't. I don't know.
I'm just saying.
It's a bunch of gray area in there. I see what you're saying. You know, I think there's a gray area to where I can concede that, you know, if humans are using seasons to tell time and animals are doing the same thing, they have a measure, you know what I'm saying? But they just can't see it as detailed as we do. I give you that.
Until most recent, especially here in the US, if you're old enough, just like I am old enough, we only ate food in seasons. It's only now in this age that we can get freaking mangoes in the wintertime. That was never a thing before. We're only in abundance now. To the rest of the world, they still eat within seasons. And if you still want to buy the cheapest food that you can right now, if you're actually a person who cooks, you eat within season. Why?
So,
Because certain things grow during the winter, certain things grow during the spring, and certain things grow during the summer. To this day, plants have been changed.
So I'm finna get a little petty with you, right?
Go ahead.
My question is then, you know, if man don't exist, would time exist? Because we have the conception of time, right? But if man didn't come up with the conception of time, then I think there would only be duration.
And what is duration?
Measurement in time.
Measurement in time, yeah.
Hallelujah.
Well,
I mean, time will exist absent of man. Man doesn't have to create time. Time is just time.
Time has always been.
Yeah, it's always in session.
Forever it will be. And you know what? Who created time? The Lord.
The Lord, yeah.
Because we can't even count how many days there were if the Lord didn't create them. Yep. The Lord would have just did everything on one day. Why did they need to be separate days?
But the Lord did not create time. What we call a day is just something. You gotta let me speak to what you said. You said the Lord created a day, right? But you know, humans in different cultures don't look at days all the same. You know what I mean? So we know that man made it. Hold on, let me land my plane. So to say that we wouldn't know about time if God didn't create it, I think humans created the measurement of it and mapped it ourselves. But anyway, I don't think you want to hold on to the God argument anyway.
I was going to ask you how long did Abraham live?
I don't know.
James, you wanna take that one?
The number as far as genealogies, I've never been good on those. I don't.
Couple of years.
What does that have to do with anything?
It was well over 500 years, I think.
All right. So the concept of time has always been a thing, even biblically.
175.
If you're a person who believes
675,
time has always been a concept. It is not a new phenomenon.
175.
175.
Time has always been with us. In fact, if you're a person who doesn't even want to follow the Bible and you want to say, you know what? Well, the dinosaurs, you have to follow a measure of time in order to know when they actually ruled. Time has always been with us because I'm going to say it back to the beginning of what I said earlier. The only reason that we can measure time is because of two things. Number one, seasons change. Number two, all things pass. And the only way to measure when something actually passed is through measuring its longevity, which is him. Time. The defense ref. Thank you, jury. Thank you for everything. Thank you, jury.
I absolutely hate that we have to define time to understand how to master anything. This is why 3/4 of the population just need to fucking die.
Well, it's not even that. Like even if we wanted to go really stupid, right? We call her Mother Nature, but we call him Father what?
Time.
I thank you, jury. You're dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you, jury. You're dismissed.
Thank you for your service.
This was fun.
Is this really the problem that we have in society? Is that we can't seem to comprehend just simplistic things, right? And that we're just failures.
Yeah, that's the problem in society. Yeah. Welcome to society.
The problem with society across the globe is that we cannot compromise on even the most basic fundamentals. And this was a conversation that I had with OG Do Dirty last night, with Josh, when we were talking about. Well, I started bringing up the whole like the gun thing or whatever. But really, the question that he asked me was like, can we ever get to a point where all of humanity will actually agree so that we can move forward? And I just said, how can we do that if we can't even focus on the small stuff? And then he brought up the gun thing, and I said, you know what? I think it's a concept I'm going to open up with on the show.
So because
I said we cannot come together as a whole, as a species, in order to move forward. If all we plan to do for ourselves as a species always define ourselves to be different from the next person, it will require an immense level of indoctrination, and we're not in that state of our life.
Or just a miracle.
So I got a question, another question about time, another aspect of it, right? And this one right here perplexed me also. So do you guys believe that like we can like travel through time, like we can physically go to the past or physically go to the present and move through time?
I do not. I think everything is linear. If anything, he's gonna be my tinfoil moment. I can already see Sasquatch. He's putting on the tinfoil hat. But the way how I look at it, time is linear and always. I will most likely believe in other dimensions and other choices that you have not made, and us tapping into that first before going back or forward. I think as a person who has even been religious to the point I am right now, is that when you die, you do a reset. Some people say reincarnation, they come up with something else. Some people say they don't come back at all. They just go to the silver city and they live out all their lives with God. And I think there are some people that sit in purgatory. Some people go to hell. I think life does a reset. Some people are meant to just keep repeating, and some people end up learning something over time and they end up shifting. Like for all we know, Elon Musk, this is not his first time. He may have been dying for who knows how long before he finally made a decision that now he's one of the most richest men in the world. Again, theoretical, can't prove shit.
So yeah, Einstein's theory states that we can, but I'm like you, like there's a lot of stuff that's quote unquote set in stone that I just don't agree with. But I'm not no scientist. But what Einstein says it is possible, and they say through his theory, like he proves it. But let me say this: there are things that's true in math that just don't apply in real life. When you try to apply them, it doesn't work.
I'm happy you said that. I'm happy you said that. When you started saying math, I was going to say, let's just be honest with you. Today's scientist becomes tomorrow's madmen. And the same way how we can talk about Einstein is the same way how people said weird shit until Darwin was able to pull shit differently. So the same way how people didn't want to believe in what Tesla was saying, and he only got recognized after his death. So there's things that the thing with science is always fluctuating until it's proven to be true or until the next thing proves to be the next best thing. A great example today is that everybody said NASA is the best shit. And now we see Elon is killing him.
I want to give my reason to why I don't believe that it's possible. time travel, that is,
Sure.
because like they act as if that the past is a destination. You know, like a past event has already occurred. Like, how can you go to it like it's a destination, as if, you know, like you can travel, and also with the future, like the future hasn't happened yet, so how is it possible to, you know, go to a time that hasn't occurred? They act as if time is like something tangible, like it's a hallway that you can walk through and end up somewhere. I can't conceive that. And I read a book a long time ago. I was young, in my early 20s, where they was going over Einstein's theory about it, but it just didn't sit well with me. And maybe I was too young to understand it, but even now in my 40s, it's just hard to conceptualize.
We're gonna do a tempo right now. We're gonna do it because I'm enjoying this. We're gonna do tempo right now. So for instance, it is easier to pinpoint an area that you've been than a place that you've never seen. So for instance,
exactly, the future is not.
So, dude, if you've moved, let me just assume you're not living in your childhood home, right?
Correct.
If I asked you how to get there, if I asked you where it was, even if you went in there and there was brand new people that were still living there that you never met before, if you can go to the very area that you can say, this was my room and we used to eat here in the dinner time, whatever, you know what we call that? String theory. There's a destination that links back. We can't link it's the same way we say connecting dots. We cannot connect dots in the future. We can only connect dots moving back, which is why people have the imagination, the fantasy of going backwards, because they can still tie themselves to an area they can remember. You can't remember something you never experienced. Your past, you're still holding on to, which is why when we talk about this concept of time, it is still tangible, because if we can recall it, even if it's fuzzy, it's something, but you can't recall something that you've never experienced. This is why I say, people, be very careful when you're trying to move into the future, when you want something good for yourself, because who you are to be, you are now becoming. You need to think of who you would like to be and start acting on that shit today. But you can already see what asshole or what bitch you used to be, and now you're like, I'm happy I wasn't that person no more. Plenty of people say this. I would never take advice from myself in my 20s. But would you take advice from yourself in your 50s? People go, I don't know. Exactly. You don't know.
It's kind of far reaching. I mean, I think that's the thing. Like, sometimes we can make this an extreme predicament, but at the end of the day, like, we can actually see into our future.
Blind. You're being misleading. How is this misleading?
We can actually see into our future.
How?
I mean,
how is this misleading?
Because you know, there's something called dreams, and that gives you a gauge and a guide in terms of what you could potentially become, and at the same time, it don't really take much for you to understand or realize what happens. That's why people speak about things like deja vu and all that shit. But the thing is you can't actually do anything without realizing initially your own thought process. I mean, so if you want to do something, let's say you just want to, let's say like you want to do a course or something or study something, like you have to realize and understand how to materialize it, and it takes a lot. Just to understand how you're going to go about doing that. And no one's going to be in your back going, oh, you can do it. But at the same time, like, why did you think about it in the first place? Like, no one told you, like, I want to be this. So, you know, I think that's the beauty of mankind. It's like we all have our own ambitions and our own, like, you know, preference about what kind of status we want to be. But, you know,
do those
you got to figure out for yourself.
Do those ambitions and goals, do they matter if you're not doing anything about them? Like just sitting around thinking about them?
Most of the time, if you have an ambition, you're not going to sit down and think about it and not do anything about it.
Right? Do most people have ambitions?
No.
Good question. Oh, really?
Did we go over all the points of time? Did we touch on all?
Interesting.
No, most people are very anecdotal. They can't.
I'm trying to get onto that mastery.
His question was, do most people have ambitions?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's a no. Because
Really no. Okay.
yeah, it's a hard no.
Let's hear it.
Can you explain to me why it's a hard no? No, actually, because I can understand why people don't aspire to make their ambitions, but the fact that you said they don't even have them, I find intriguing.
Yeah, that's a bit extreme.
No,
Yeah.
it's not. It's not that complicated. I mean, you know, most people I know are 1 up, 2 down. Like they have families, they have friends. Like, you know, they are brought up in certain circumstances where it's just like they don't need to even think or worry about anything. Like, so
It's not like a dodging question.
That doesn't really answer. Like, wait, what?
It's not like the dodging the question to me.
I did not answer shit.
Oh, okay, I appreciate that, but I'm just saying, like most people, if it, like they are content and they don't even about to have a conversation with you about anything.
Wait,
Because,
sir. Okay, let me ask it again because I'm not sure if you really heard it. I know I've been drinking a bit, but I try to be as salient as possible. What makes them not ambitious?
Because I don't need to be.
Huh? Wait a minute. Everybody needs to be ambitious. If you didn't have any ambition,
No,
you wouldn't even get a job, would you?
James, let me ask this question. Let me ask this question before he hits on you. So, are we saying that everybody's on this platform? Everybody who's born doesn't have some innate ability that they can aspire to?
Not everybody. I'm just saying, like, if I was born into a family where they were innately rich,
they don't still have talents and ambitions.
I didn't need to do anything, like, because I was a secondary son of
even if I was a lazy fuck and I can have whores every night, there's nothing I might want to do for myself that I might find as a hobby.
Yeah. I mean, I've been in that position, so yeah.
I get it. Yeah, you fucked all the whores in London. Are you saying that there was no fucking ambition to do anything differently?
Yeah, of course. I mean, there was a point where I just like, I don't need to do anything.
You want to play the tuba or the clarinet or motorboat a bit? Something you didn't have.
I'm like that right now. I don't need to do shit.
Oh, so you have your ambitions. You met those standards, right?
Yeah, I really don't need to do shit. Like, I can literally just sit in my house and like just.
Is there anyone
like
following
watch Resla? I could do that. Like,
that's ambitious in of itself.
Do you want to do anything other than just sit in your house?
You're ambitious about sitting in your house.
So really, I mean,
you're ambitious
because anything. Look, what you gotta understand is like anything you contribute to the rest of the world. So it's just like the moment I start to move, like I'm paying taxes. So it's just like, yo, I'm contributing to you, not me, you. So like I don't need to do shit. Yeah, you. Trust me.
Really?
I don't live in the UK.
It don't matter if it's the UK. Like, you think it's different because I'm in another country? No, it's the same shit.
Well, what if I don't take
yes, it does.
No, you don't think so? Look, so if I come over,
like as in me,
yeah. So look,
how you like me in UK?
I'm gonna come over to the US in a couple of months. Now, if I come over and I'm spending money just on your economy, then I'm contributing to
going to the fucking
ain't me. Like, that's me. I did that.
That's
shit.
not going to me either. You spend it on in the US because our money's gone. Our money's drowned, and it going to me. It's going to the debt. I mean, can I say our money's drowned? Our money's gone.
Yeah, well, I mean, whether you like it or not, it is going to you, and it's contributing to the fact that the only reason why you exist is based on the fact that you got people like me in the world. That's the 1%ers that actually contribute to your shit. And you could argue about it all day long, but we are the biggest
Fair
money
enough,
providers on
Simon.
earth.
Fair enough.
We're the biggest providers on earth, and like you can't get away from us. If you took us away from your fucking circumstance, the world would be in a fucking real bad place. Trust me. And you could cry and scream about it all day long, and I'm very interested to hear your perspective. But I'm just saying, like that's where it is.
How did this get turned into? How did the question about you get turned into about people, and then about I don't know, like nation? What the fuck? Real simple. Real simple. Let's go through it. Ambition. Okay, sure. We all have desire.
James, he was ambitious. Just want to let you know, James, he was highly ambitious.
He's highly ambitious to sit at home. That's his ambition right there. Is to sit at home.
No.
He's ambitious about it.
No, because that would just.
I just find it really funny how they can't take it like that. Like, I'm a black man and I'm rich. Like, at the end of the day, why can't you?
Hey, wait a minute. Where did the?
I don't care how rich you are and how much you take it. Like, I don't need to know. Just like it's okay.
I was just listening. Yeah.
Let's change it up here. So ambition is going to be a combination. One, desire is going to be included, but desire is something that we all hold. The determination, that's the factor that we put such emphasis on there. So if it is the case that a person has the ambition to sit home, right? How willing are they to fight to stay home? By come over there and set his house on fire. How determined is he to stay in that damn home?
How determined is he to stay at home even if you didn't? Because after a while, you get bored sitting at home doing nothing.
It wouldn't matter.
After a while.
That's what it boils down to, is the determination. And that's, I think, the part that we have within society, right? I tend to think we kind of give up a little too easily.
No chaser. He said no ambition, sir. None. He said if his nuts itch, he's not even going to scratch. No ambition.
Not even scratch. Jesus.
Not even scratch.
The least amount of effort.
That's sad.
He said it is what it is.
I ain't scratching shit.
I think most people like say they have ambition, but a lot of people is content with just, a 9 to 5 and working to feed their kids, having an apartment. And, but whenever you ask them, they'll talk about their goals and their ambitious goals. But when you look at their life, they're not doing nothing to try to achieve those things. So are they really ambitious, or are they just saying it?
Can we have a conversation with that? Because you said something, but let's just be honest. Let's be honest. The truth of the matter is that they just don't know better. So you started where you start off your statement by saying they are content. They're not content. They're just not knowledgeable. If they knew they could do better, they would.
Yep.
Yo, Resla, you've been a bit egotistical saying that shit. You can't do that. Wait a second. You can't.
No, I get it. You're in London. You only got freedom of expression. I got freedom of fucking speech. I absolutely can say that.
We can have to say whatever we want.
You can't just put people down like that and go, okay.
No, American platform, sir.
I'm on the high horse.
American, or at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the man who died, who gave that right to me. I get it. You don't have that.
Simon really makes me want to fly to fucking UK.
With you all and defend us to this day.
Simon, I've got an idea.
You know why? Because there ain't no doubt I love this land.
Don't do it,
God bless you,
Leslie. You got an awful one. Dude, Al Green. Wrestlers are the Al Green over there. Come on. What did you say? You said something, bro. What's up?
I got
something.
Simon,
what do you have to say about me and Resla flying over there to UK? Right? We're just going to go buy up a whole bunch of damn tea and just start throwing it in the harbor. How you feel about that, Simon?
Yeah.
I really couldn't underestimate you. I saw wrestling in LA and I was just like, Jesus, if he tolerated Mel, he's capable of anything.
So Resla, to the point that you made that people just don't know better or whatever. I know I dated this woman, right? And she made pretty good money. You know what I'm saying? And she was smart. She had a degree. You know what I'm saying? And she had a professional job, right? But what turned me off from her is that because she felt like she was good, she was content, like she made good money, but she didn't have a desire to travel. She didn't have a desire to like invest in business. Like whenever I spoke to her about us getting in a relationship, like what are your goals? She's like, well, I got a mortgage and I'm feeding my kids and I'm fine with that. Like there's nothing else I want. I'm like, you don't want to travel. She like, no. I'm like, you don't want to invest in.
You said kids.
Excuse me.
No, sir. You said kids. She better be a star. She not only better be have notoriety, but she better be like fucking Meghan Markle for me to fucking even try.
Yeah, that's the point that I was making. That's kind of what turned me off. I'm like, dang, you feel like you already made it, and she was content with just the little money that she made, and just her lack of ambition. Even though that she was, you know, she was good. You know what I mean? She probably make like 80. You know what I'm saying? 80 a year, which is cool. You know what I mean? But she was content with that. Like she had no more ambition in life and was cool. And that kind of made me feel sad for her. You know what I'm saying? And it also just turned me off too, because I'm like, well, if you feel like everything is already done, you have no ambition to do absolutely nothing, then we ain't no need for us to be in a relationship.
Maybe she was just scared. You know, like women, I don't know, like I think like sometimes like when we get in a relationship and some shit like that, we have a different sort of stance in terms of like how we view relationships. Like women get scared. Like, and they're not even going to speak to you about it. Like, they'll speak to their peers. Like, they'll speak to other ladies. I don't know if you've experienced that, but you know, one time I was on the phone. I was on the phone to my lady, and she dropped the phone, right? But she left it open, and she didn't even realize. And she was speaking to another chick and she was like, "Oh," and I was just listening. Have you ever had that shit go on? Like, you know, when someone's trying to drop the phone, but it's like it's still live. It's like they're chatting some shit, and they're not like really saying like what they wanted to say to you. I just thought it's kind of sweet in one way, but at the same time, like she was like, "You're all scared." You know what I'm saying? Like I was in my house by myself. Like most of these chicks try to play like they're independent and all that stuff, but they don't want to be. They don't want to be independent. And they're not even gonna fucking say that to you in your face. Like they'll be speaking to their girlfriends and stuff. And like if you ever have an earwig in those conversations, be on the fly on the wall type shit, you actually really understand how they're actually feeling. It's deep. Like, and I think we need to support them, especially if you're a strong you know, if you're a strong man, like, and you're really into that shit, like, you know, just look a bit deeper into it, because on surface level it looks like they're playing around, but I think they're just chatting shit to us. And then like when they speak to their chicks and stuff like that, it's a complete different thing.
Never thought of it that way.
Yeah, when you spoke, it just resonated with me, because I'm speaking to a couple of chicks right now, and I got to think about it, because I fucked up on like I'll say some stupid shit all the time, and I fucked up big time. But now, like, I've got a certain chick in my life, and like I've got to be real careful about how the way I fucking speak about it, because although she's really confident, like online, like she's got her own YouTube channel, like she got like 32 hits, whatever, you know what I'm saying? But it's just like I gotta be real fucking careful about how I speak to her, because I really don't want to fuck this shit up. You know what I'm saying? And you know I will, right? Because I'm a stupid motherfucker. So it's just like
what they talk about it on here.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So, you know.
Well, I'm saying because she might not like the fact that you're not sounding so confident that you can't just say whatever you want to say to her.
No, it's not like I don't want to say it. It's just like you got to think about what you're about to say. It's not really sort of like I don't want to. I'm gonna get out what I need to get out one way or another.
Oh, you mean like phrasing it in a way that's
yeah. Be careful.
Be careful
Do you know
how
what I
you
mean?
phrase it, but say what you want to
Yeah.
say, but don't say it so bluntly.
Exactly. Salute. Yeah, I mean
My problem. I just tell everybody everything so bluntly.
But that's the thing. That's exactly the thing. Do you know what I'm saying? Like what you said there, right there. You know what I'm saying? It's that thing. It's like just to be pushed a bit. And I think when we get out of education or whatever, do you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes we just forget ourselves. But you know, when you're in a relationship with someone, regardless of if it's like a woman or you know your boy or whatever, like you just need to think a bit more. And that's what's kind of interesting about life, because if you're not part of that process, then obviously you're just gonna walk around just saying whatever type of shit you want, right? Because it's just like that's what it is. But if you actually get someone in your life that's pushing you and going, okay, yo, you know, come on, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, all right, well, I need to think about this. I mean, this is why I like being over here, because like when I first started fucking with Resla, like I started playing that bullshit myself. I was just like, yo, and Resla just checked me. I was just like, nigga. He's like, yo, you gotta be saying nigga on my platform.
Fucking right. Fucking right.
I was like, yo, I'm gonna think twice about this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because I do actually want to speak to the people that are over here. Because you guys push me. You know what I'm saying? I want to be a better person. And it's not just being about a better person.
I mean, I see how they do you on the other platform. I'm saying you got a voice here, but you got to know. I don't do that same bullshit they be doing over there. I'll give you a voice, but sometimes listen, when you start getting on my nerves, you don't even know. I just start talking to the chat. Yo, y'all want to vote them out?
I know, and I appreciate it, because you know the thing about me is like I want to be held accountable. Like
I'm just saying, I'll ask the majority. I'll ask the panel. I'll ask the chat. Y'all want to vote them out? You know what I didn't? You know what you didn't see me do? Grift off of getting you. Drop them for $20, people. I need $20. I need 20. You ain't see me do that. I just say it's a majority rule. Majority. It ain't even up to me. If the listen, and I hold more weight with the panel because they're brave enough to come up here, put their voices out here, put their faces up here. Right. So if the chat tells me we want Simon gone, I'm like, shit. If the panel says, no, he good, I'm gonna side with the panel.
Of course.
Unless if the panel's split and the chat's a majority, I'm gonna say bye-bye. That's it.
Yeah. No, but that's why I respect you, because at least you're being real, right? I mean, I don't mind it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to I'm very opinionated. That's why I love your thing, because it's like I've never seen no one do that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Can I touch on the ambitious thing a little bit more? I didn't mean to cut you off, Simon.
Absolutely,
go for it.
So in hindsight, the chick that I was dating, when I looked at the situation, like whenever I kind of like broke off the relationship because I felt like she had no ambition, it made me also question myself. I said to myself, am I being shallow? You know what I'm saying? Because she's content, and content can come with happiness. You know what I'm saying? Not striving to want more, always put this pressure on myself. You know what I'm saying? Not being grateful for what I have. So I kind of had an internal struggle too. Like, is her version of, you know, contentness and happiness, you know, I don't want to say greater than mine, but you know what I'm saying? Is it valid? In hindsight, when I looked at it, I think that I was being a little judgy, but at the same time, I do want to, there's a lot of things that I want to do. And I tended to look down on her because she didn't want to do nothing. She felt like she achieved everything she had wanted to. And that kind of turned me off. But at the same time, if that brought a sense of peace, you know what I'm saying? I feel like that's a good thing for her too. You know
I got a question for you on that. But before I get to the question, I haven't done this, and we're running into that time. I already let so much time ago. Let me just say that. So I want to, of course, thank the people who actually donated to me. So we had the panel versus came in with the $2 super sticker. That's Canadian, right? Oh, I think it's Canadian. So I appreciate you for that. The crazy mama came in here, said it's time. She already knew. She already knew. And by the way, Simon, she did this right when you were up. She knew it was time to go. She knew it was go time. She knew it was go time. She did it right when you first came up. I said, look, Simon, like, listen, she already knew. She already knew. She said, learn the shifts at time, son. We have perfectly imperfect for the euro, the €5. I appreciate you. And then perfectly imperfect again for the €5. I do appreciate you guys for actually doing this. Like I said, all this stuff goes into the channel. If you guys want to donate, you absolutely can. If you can't, I understand. But I'm always taking in donations because, quite frankly, it's not going to be the end of this month. We've only got 2 days left. But at the end, when we start the next quarter for April, I got a whole bunch of stuff I'm still working on. I'm still working on the clock. When I tell you I eliminated like half, like almost like a quarter of my desk was just full of nothing but freaking sharp post-it notes. Well, I'm almost out of these post-it notes because only real men have pink. Anyway,
Post party. No, we
Only
know
real
about
men
that.
have pink.
That's some professional shit.
Only real man pink. So I have these that are almost gone. Then I got these that are sitting out there. I got so many cards, folks, of stuff that I'm writing down that I need to get ready for.
Do that.
That didn't last long on the news. Only real
I got
men.
these over here. I got so much over here, and I still got. I eliminated half, so now I have a good amount that I still need to sort through. And then before I can sort that out, I just need to get it all taken care of so that before we can even start really doing a lot of editing and stuff like that for the content and how we're gonna start trying to make some changes for not only next quarter when we start April, but also what it's gonna be like when we start in the summertime. I can't even imagine what it's gonna be like in the summertime. I can't imagine. But I'm always trying to plot things ahead of time because I think that we're gonna do very well, especially in the summer. I think we're gonna start making a lot of moves.
Done brilliantly, Resta. I mean,
listen, I think ahead of time. That's just me. I think ahead of time.
I'm jealous.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I plot ahead. I plot everything in quarters.
You're on some next level, bro. Like,
oh no, Sasquatch says I should bring it down to 28 days. I said, nah, I need a quarter. I need me some months to get my shit done.
We need that though, like we all gotta have people to aspire to. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
not for nothing. I need to put Josh to work too, because yeah, when next quarter hit, we gonna start making some moves, Josh. I'm just letting you know.
Damn it!
Yeah, we got ramp it up.
Holding a whip over a white man.
God damn it!
The moment April 2nd happens, let's start ramping shit up and letting you know. Get ready.
All right, well, cool. I'm gonna go again. All right. Thank you for having me up. I don't know how much that's gonna do, but I just wanted to contribute and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I love what you're doing, and peace to your platform. And I hope to see you again. Okay? You take care of yourself.
Sure, man. Damn. He dipped like he wasn't even tipped on the counter. God damn. He left quicker than horse. That was crazy. And speaking of donating to the counter, crazy mama in here said, help the broke man out. Absolutely. I know y'all like to believe that, like, you people on YouTube is making money. I didn't. There was something I was just about to say, but I'm not gonna say it because I think we're gonna announce it next month. Because I didn't expect it to happen right now, but it happened. I literally got it today. Josh, you and I will talk about that later. But
I want to talk about the mastering part. I'm really curious about this.
Which part?
The mastering of time. To me, like the idea of time is just bullshit, right? Like that doesn't matter. But the mastering part. Yeah, this motherfucker eating mangoes.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
I hate this
You're not broke if you're eating mangoes in the fucking wintertime. You're not broke. I can literally go down to the 24-hour market right now and get mangoes. He's not lying.
Damn thing's expensive.
It fucking is.
That'd be awesome having a 24-hour market. We used to have a 24-hour Walmart here, but it stopped being 24 hours.
I think I just got eggs of like not 12. What's that? Shit, how many fucking many eggs they got? I just got today.
Because back during COVID, it stopped being 24 hours at Walmart here. Back during COVID.
Yeah, but NYC is a little bit different, right? Like,
yeah, you gotta have 24 hours with New York. Yeah, it's the city that never sleeps.
It's a lot of people. There's like there's at least a mom and pop store at least every block or every couple blocks.
Yeah.
So check this out. Check this out, Josh. They're not super large eggs. They're not AA eggs, but but I got 18 eggs for $12.
18.
18 for
$12.
And then they're not the highest quality of eggs, but they are still good medium brown eggs. And
Yeah, for New York, that's probably pretty cheap for New York.
Yeah, that's actually not too bad.
That's not too bad. It wasn't great, but like, because usually I get higher standards, but I just said, we gonna do what we gonna do with it. Because what was it? Either I take the 18 or I was going with the 12 and I pay 11. But I'm like, for 12. So
with 2 people in the house, you might as well just go and get the 18.
Exactly. I'm a lot of things. I'm not stupid.
Yeah.
So let's talk about this mastering part. I'm guessing it's probably the thing is just boiling down into like efficiency, right? Talking about when you're talking about managing your time as a person, right? What you do effectively. I think it's an impossible goal to get to perfection. Then again, I don't believe perfection exists. I believe there's always something that can be done to improve, but I think it's a constant state of improvement. So the question is like really, what does a person or what can people do to be more efficient?
I guess.
I'm thinking that's what the mastery part is, but I still don't get the concept of.
I think that this is how I've looked at it, just from watching people and reading about people. I think the most proficient way that these people have learned is to pay somebody else. Here's the funny part. Like, I heard this said one day, and I thought it was wrong, and it came from one of my mentors. Because I've had 2 mentors. My first mentor, he said something that was really crazy, and I was like I was like really offended. I was almost like really like, what the fuck? Because he said, if you think trying to get out on your own is hard, because I used to be solo. I used to do a lot of contracts, but I've been out. Like, I started working for a company, and he, like, once he started doing contracts, he never went back. He just always worked for himself. He says, when you start a business, we're not talking about whether I start a business or not. He says, if you're offended by the fact that you have to deal with people who have to look up to you and you're just a manager, what do you think it's like when you have to buy them? And I looked at him like, buy them? Said, yeah, exactly. You already caught it.
Yep.
You caught it exactly. And I was offended when he said it, and I realized like I shouldn't be, because that's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you just even the basic concept of labor. You're paying somebody to a lower amount to make you money.
Changed my whole perception of how I looked at business. Right in that moment, it was a hard lesson for me to learn.
It's why I never really argued too much about that whole like terms slave labor, or is it wage labor, that kind of wage slavery, that kind of thing. I mean,
not for nothing. Even to the point when we look at illegals now, I'm like, I don't like. I get it if you're trying to do whatever you got to do, but if you're the stupid motherfucker that open your mouth, or you say something on TikTok or whatever social media, and you get dragged off, don't think anyone's gonna feel sorry for you. They're gonna literally replace you with the next illegal. Because why? The system is set up to be that way.
Yeah, my only question is how much is the next legal going to be? Is it going to be more expensive than the last one?
Cheaper. You know what they're going to say? Listen, I understand you're here, Manuel, but we paid Jesus this much, and he got snatched up by ICE. I work for less than that. I don't need that much money.
Oh yeah, I'm a dick. I'll even lie about the previous guy he made. He made less than what he did.
You know why? Because you know why? He's the funny part about it. I'll tell you this right now from someone who had to sit in interviews with people who I question was legal or not. I work for very good companies. My company would never do something like that at all.
But it all boils down to.
But literally, like
action, right?
I will say that there have definitely been people who turn around and say, "I don't need that. I don't need that much money. I just want the opportunity."
Yeah, I usually just assume they're lying when they say that.
Listen, I've said it before. There have been people who I've seen that I can tell you right now, they will grab your flag, and they only know 5 words, sir.
Oh,
say, can you see? Oh, say, can you see? Oh, say, can you see? That's the only thing that they know. And you know what? I'm like, get the fuck out of my face. Just do better.
So this all really does generally though boil down to the action, right? The thing we do.
What's good, LA?
You're muted again.
Yeah, it pretty much does.
So I know how we described it. It's always going to be, we're describing the way people say, right? And this is why most of the time I don't care what people have to say. Not too much, right? Unless they're trying to explain something that I new to me or something I can learn from. But generally, I kind of like try to focus on what they do. But is there more doing now than there was doing 20, 30 years ago? Have we slowed down?
What is doing?
Well, I don't know. You tell me, like, what people do, generally speaking. Do they just go get a job, right, and then do that for 40, 50 years, then retire, die, dig a hole, drop their body in the ground? Like, do they?
You can't do that now because you have to set yourself up for re-entry for Walmart as a greeter.
Oh shit!
Yeah, because everybody's got to go work at Walmart. One point in their life.
And I blame as much as I'm not up against different generations, I blame the boomers for that. And I mean, I blame the boomers for putting other boomers in that position. It's not like all boomers are doing well. They're not.
Whenever you ask the question, are we doing less now than we were doing? It's just really broad, but you know, I have to say, if there's more people on the earth, like we're doing more, like you have to give some context. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
No, I can answer that question unequivocally. We are doing less than what the previous people done. We are doing less, not only from basically the previous generations. We are doing less even with the future generations. You know how much less that we're doing, dude? The younger generation ain't even fucking.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah,
they're not
that's
even
true.
Fucking.
We ain't even having sex.
They're not even having kids. They're not even fucking.
Nope. No.
That's how less they doing.
Yeah, they definitely doing less sexing for sure.
They not handling a business. Not me from here to the rising sun. They not fucking.
Yeah, not even in not even in China. They have a horrible problem right now. You'd like
dude, I'm pretty sure you're very dedicated to women and everything, but if you landed in Japan, they'd be like, ooh, black man.
Yeah, I'm sure they would.
They eating that up.
They have no problem tooting that ass up. That rising sun be them rising ass cheeks. Just saying.
I mean, because they're struggling just as bad as we are.
And not just them, but their neighbors too, both China and Korea.
Yep.
No, China's hurting. China's hurting real bad right now.
In fact, sir, they would make negotiations with you at the fucking airport, at the embassy. They'd be like, did you not hear? Companies said they give $75,000 if I get pregnant. Please. I broke. I do anything. You want back door? I give back door. They say whatever. Come on, Josh. You already know these words. You're in Vietnam.
Oh God, I already know. It ain't far from it. I'm not gonna lie.
But as far as doing though, I would say, what about in context with like, because I always like to say I feel like we're in a modern day renaissance. And like technology wise, like we're doing a lot. There's a lot of like groundbreaking stuff. I'm talking about nanotechnology, computers, AI, genetics. We just mapped the genome. Prescribe designer medicine, designer babies. Like we're doing a lot. You know what I'm saying?
That's the thing. That's the thing.
Can I just finish saying what I'm saying? I will go ahead and land it. So I say you're eager to go, but I just feel like, and that's why I said with the context, yes, we're doing less fucking. Excuse me, but on the technology side, we're doing like the most ever.
No, not even close. So all of those technological advances are by very exceptional people.
Yes.
Generally speaking, and I'd be the majority of the population, right? We will utilize these tools that come about. Example, like AI, right? We don't have to do homework anymore, right? Like we just get AI to write our fucking our essays and shit like that. All we seem to be doing is creating more tools to make life easier and grant us it. Like it's designed, I would assume that it would be designed to make time more efficient, like so we have more free time to do other stuff. But it seems like all we appear to do, I'm just saying the appearance right now because I'm not sure if I am convinced of this, we utilize these technological tools to become lazier and do less. Like we have the free time, but we don't do anything with it.
I mean, you could look at it like that also. Excuse me, I got something in my throat. Yeah, that's why I asked for some context, because you said these are exceptional people, but I thought the question was like generalized for like a culture. Like, are we doing like, even when Resla was talking, he was talking as groups of people, but also individuals. You know what I mean? But so I just answered in a cultural context, you know what I mean? But I think what you're saying is also right too. You know what I'm saying? We are using technology to be lazy, but I think we are accomplishing a lot with it, and it's a lot of new technology too, groundbreaking technology also. So I just think that's fair.
You're muted again. It's those fucking mangoes. Put the mangoes down. You're muted. Still muted. Still muted.
Oh my goodness, it's freaking StreamYard.
There you go.
Yeah, it's freaking StreamYard. It's fighting with my mixer again. God damn it.
You see all of these technological advances that Resla still
like literally I'm good on my side, but StreamYard is fighting me. Can't stand it. I'm about to restart. The issue is that I think of the movie like On Time, right? And the issue that we have in this technological age is that we also don't pay attention to the other things that are very important. The blue collar jobs.
Yeah.
We don't pay attention to, like, no, I don't care how far you get in this technological age, unless you're finding something that's taking care of your septic systems and everything else, which is still done by human hands. Building your buildings is still being done by human hands. It's not being done by AI.
That's what I don't get. I got last time I was
blue collar jobs are still not respected. Even if I hate to do this because I think I'm gonna wind up doing a fucking thing on this. I can feel it. But even when it comes to like the aspect of the optics when it comes to mating and dating, the idea that someone has a problem with, first of all, let me just say this. There was I want to say like a few months ago, probably 7 months ago. It's been a while, but I can still remember. The person that showed up in my house, who should not have been there because I had the whole thing under control. She came in there and she was like, what am I here for? I said, I don't know why my girl called you. She was a female plumber. You know what she still gave? The plumber's crack. And I stood there at my door and I watched her. And she said, you just gonna stand? My girl's like, you gonna stay there and watch her? And I said, this is a new thing for me. This is a new experience. I've never seen a female plumber crack.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna savor every moment of this. I'm gonna savor every moment of this Latina woman with a plumber's crack in under my bathroom vanity. Absolutely.
And you slept on a couch that night, right?
Say what?
You slept on a couch that night, right?
Sir, I didn't go fuck what you said. I was playing stupid with everything. I was like, "Oh, caulk? You need caulk? Oh, I got caulk for you." She was like, "Stop!" I was like, "I don't know what you're talking about." Keep in mind, I have 3 brands of caulk. I got silicone, I got regular, I got freaking clear. I got all my. I was playing stupid, like I didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. You need caulk? I got caulk for you.
Speaking of blue collar jobs, the last time I was stateside, I ended up having to pay I think it was close to about $38,000 to get some septic work done and get pumped out. Well, of course, it was three different tanks, but $38,000. This is upstate New York, right? I'm sitting here thinking I'm in the wrong fucking business.
You absolutely are. Absolutely.
I don't get why there aren't more people doing it. What is it? Is the idea of having a septic truck?
What the fuck? But here's the thing. I'm into brunettes. I like brunettes. I'm not a fan of blondes. I like brunettes.
So what about I think another thing what's interesting right now, what we doing and aren't doing or whatever. I'm kind of like lightweight interested in politics right now. You know what I'm saying? I think there's something exciting going on in politics. If it is what is proposing itself to be, as far as just like the government auditing itself, you know what I'm saying? Because there's been a movement, you know, of like independent auditors, just citizens going to audit the government. But now that Trump and Elon is in, they actually like doing a big audit of the government itself. And if this is really true, I think it's an exciting time too, because I've never seen this big of an audit for the government as long as I've been alive.
Do you really believe that normal people are going to be able to put in that situation? Like, did you not hear about all the young people that they have fresh out of freaking school that's going to be doing this auditing? No fucking no real experience.
No. What are you talking about?
Most of Elon's team are new people. Like when I say new, like fresh out of college.
And even then it wouldn't matter. It's basically one political party saying, you know what, we don't like the spending on this one thing, so we're going to take it out.
Yep.
It's just one side pushing off on the other.
They can say whatever they want. It wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
So y'all don't think this is could be potentially beneficial to like us?
If I can, wait, what do you mean us? If I came in and my objective was to shut you down no matter what, do you think you expect any favoritism or a glowing remark? I'm just saying,
no, I wouldn't, but I don't see what they got to do with Trump and Elon.
They're the one that ordered it.
Correct.
So I'm gonna do my job, and I'm gonna shut your entire business down, and I'm not gonna feel sorry about it because they sign my paychecks.
Well, I don't know if they're trying to shut the whole government down. I thought the purpose was they was trying to stop, they were trying to cut out the frivolous spending, the fake jobs, and people taking advantage of the government. I thought that's what the purpose was, and I think that can be potentially a good thing for all of us.
Sir, if you're saying they're gonna get rid of people who take advantage of the government, you'll have to get rid of every representative and every senator.
You'd have to get rid of every contract.
Every single one. Because I've always said this for the longest, dude. Why is it that you have so many people who are in business and law, but you don't have any people who are scientists, you don't have any people who are teachers, all represented throughout, at least being representatives? Most representatives are people who are professionals in business. Most senators are people who have been professionals in law. Why is it that we don't have enough people who, quote, who represent the country?
Also, if you're talking about inefficiency and spending, right? The last thing you wouldn't care about.
Why I don't see the one representative from Nebraska who's a stay-at-home mom, because he represents stay-at-home moms. Choose your kids, choose Jeff.
And even then, if we're talking about like the money concept, the representatives wouldn't matter, right? You'd want to get rid of all of the contractors that sell stuff to the government, aka
Correct.
because what you can sell to the government's usually at a higher price than you can sell in the open
market. If we had a good government, our entire Congress would be representative of people who actually work in this industry. We would have engineers, we would have architects, we would have everybody, not just everybody sitting in law and business.
Have someone.
But we do, Resla. Massey is not a lawyer as far as I'm aware. He is an engineer as far as I'm aware. So, and also there's that school teacher that went through things line by line, and she's a mother, right? So, I'm trying not to interrupt, but I'm hearing a lot of stuff. Like due diligence brought up a very good topic. Whether I believe that Musk and Trump have good intentions, it does appear that they're trying to make some positive changes.
I'm not gonna take that away from them. The optics, the intentions are good. But the thing that we have a problem with is that we love to say what people are going to do. Here's the thing about, like, maybe it's just me, maybe because I've been very cynical, maybe because I have a very high thing about watching individuals. People do. Do you ever watch the show House?
Yes. The series?
I'm rewatching it right now. Yeah.
House empty.
So the first thing we already know is everybody lies. Number 2 is it's not lupus.
I get you, but Resla, and I don't know because I can't stand into people's brains.
Lies, even the people that you're clapping for, they lie.
But my question is, what motivation would Trump or Musk have to not have positive intentions?
I'm shocked that you're so in favor of it.
No, I'm asking you a question.
He's the truth of the matter. Here's the truth of the matter. You can ask me a question, but here's the truth of the matter. I don't benefit.
No, but what motivation would Trump have to not be truthful in what he's doing?
No.
He's already stated this.
He's my response. Don't care. It doesn't benefit me.
But he's actually
is what I would say.
Keep in mind, I'm a GOPer. I mean, I'm a Republican, not so much the concept of a Trumper, right? So they're definitely doing what I want. At least those would be my goals. But the idea that it's good for my side, not so good for the other side.
See, and this is where Josh and I get into our little spat, because he'll say it's my side, and I go, I don't have a side, because you know why? First of all, his side is whatever side they tell him to fucking do, because he's a Fed.
This is
That's
number
one.
True. Yes.
That's number one. And number 2, it doesn't matter to me because I don't have the power to stop them. I'm one person.
Yeah.
Okay, but 1 second, Resla. So they're talking about, supposedly, because I watched the people say, if we gave, well, you guys, but if you gave tens of billions of dollars to Ukraine and all this stuff, that the Americans deserve a $5,000 check to compensate them, right?
Sure.
And so if they send you a $5,000 check, then it does affect you. So would that change your opinion?
Hold on, let me ask you that.
Stop. Can we live in reality for a moment? Do you ever think that you'll even see a $500 check? Never mind a $5,000 check.
I don't even expect a reduction in taxation.
So that's what I was about to say.
That is the equivalent of saying, you know what? Everything in Ukraine, you know what, Josh? We're going to send you a hot little bitch that was looking like Carmen Electra in her prime. Right. Sure, that's going to happen.
It wouldn't matter.
So we might not get a $5,000 check, but I would say it's a good thing if it affects inflation. Like if you can stop this over government spending and cut out these contractors that are doing too much, it could help balance the budget and it could bring down inflation and get us
As long as you've been alive, let me ask you the question: when has the government ever balanced the budget?
Never.
So they have before, but my thing
When?
is, I'm saying like right now, when we talk about, I don't mean like have it at zero. I mean bring it down substantially to where it can be some
Wait.
Just let me
And that's not balanced.
Lowering the amount of your debt is not balancing. We just had a whole thing about just how many months that we work. We understand math. Lowering the last motherfucker is not balancing.
You brought up balancing. I didn't say, our 10th man didn't say, but if you cut out over government spending, it will reduce taxes and inflation. Not necessarily.
What year have we? When have you ever had any presidency of any term where there was not inflation?
Never.
So that's not my
2001.
claim. Hold on, my claim that is there has never been inflation, but we're talking about hold on. We're talking about this time in history to where Trump has come in and making a concerted effort to reduce it by pulling back some of the government spending can potentially affect inflation. I don't know why you fight to get that, Resla.
To go where? Where's it going? I love what they're stopping with the money that they holds it. Where did it go?
You said the money that they're halting, where did it go?
The money that they stopped being spent on like condoms going to Gaza, where did that money go? Did they tell you?
It's been like whenever you stop the government from spending money in places, it stays in the government.
Where?
What are you talking about?
Where did it go to?
Usually goes off to another branch of government.
All right then. All right, do not heard? More condoms.
No, but that's not how it works. It has to be appropriated by Congress.
Right. Which means when it's appropriated by Congress, it stays with Congress in their fucking pockets. The idea that just because it's now not being spent somewhere else, that it's gonna go to us is a fallacy. Because you have no history of it within your family and your parents who can tell you otherwise. Because here's why I can tell you equivalently so far. You keep seeing immigration, number one. You keep seeing inflation, number two. You keep seeing the hike of minimum wage, number three. Number four, people are still fighting with housing. And number five, you never once, not ever seen deflation.
It's just not. It's never the case. I mean, don't get me wrong.
If you want to ask me for something revolutionary, any of those five things I just mentioned, when one of those things get tackled, we can talk about them being different.
Well, we've never seen this type of clean house in government before. We've seen it on a smaller level, but for somebody to just come in and like
I never heard of a president getting head before.
I never said that.
I never heard of a president getting head before.
I was saying that inflation will go down, not that we'll get tangible money like physical money.
Sir, I never heard of the president getting head before until freaking Clinton. We still got inflation. In fact, the only thing we got was from Nas. The president is just like me. He smoked weed too. He don't really like the fuck. He just get head too.
All right.
Did Resla just rap?
I think he did just drop a bar. It was some Nas. He pulled a Nas line.
So anyways, by good, I'll say that it basically decimates the other side, at least for a couple years. They'll turn around and do it a couple years down the road.
I mean, you talking as if it's just harming one side. Like it's harming like anybody that's just taking advantage. You know what I'm saying? It's getting unnecessary money, whether they fall on the one side or the other. The goal is to, cut out unnecessary spending.
Everybody takes advantage of the government if given the opportunity to absolutely do it.
What does that have to do with the point?
The concept is everybody's doing it, and we're just selectively picking one person.
Until you understand where money goes, you cannot say that so and so has halted government spending. Saying that we stopped it from going here, but we haven't said where it is going, does not mean we halted. We postponed, and people get fucking caught up on that.
But Resla, at the risk of getting into an esoteric conversation here, none of the money is real, right? Mm-hmm. So
is it?
If they cut off $7 billion for lesbian dance theory in Palestine, then that's $7 billion that they don't have to create to give to them. So it's not where it's going; it's that they're not bringing it in.
$7 billion I did not care about whatsoever. $7 billion that did not exist.
Right.
So why would I give a shit? You know what
because that's what causes inflation.
You know what? No. That's not the only thing that causes inflation. It's people in the fucking country that scream for minimum wage and not understanding what happens afterwards.
Damn, not wrong there.
It's motherfuckers who sit there and still within their own government praise themselves of being the worker bees of the world, because with all their hard-earned money that they give to corporations that who also take their tax breaks, that all the double amount of taxes that they pay for everything, for all the illegals, for all the healthcare and everything else like that, their money is thrown away on people who are not a part of their interest. Not. N-O-T, not. Why the fuck should Europe, so why the fuck should the U.S. care about what the fuck is going on in Gaza? Why the fuck should I care about what's going on in Ukraine?
We shouldn't.
Why?
Yeah, I care if we can profit off of it.
I love when one of the ex-presidents of Africa says, "Why are you getting mad? Why are you getting mad that he cut funding? You should just build your own shit." I don't have a problem when Zelensky says, "You know what, we're going to have to, I think that Europe even should start building their own military." Yeah, you should have a long time ago. You should have a long time ago.
Yeah, should have after.
I don't know why all this time you're still taking back shots from us. Just like and not for nothing, 10th man, not for nothing. I don't have a problem with you guys becoming the 51st state.
What are you talking about? I'm down for it 100%. Didn't you see the news conference where the reporter was just asking Trump about that? And they said,
I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with it. Did you see the hockey game? They booed the national anthem and got washed.
Yeah, and where was that hockey game?
They got washed.
No. I'm asking, where was the hockey game being? What province was that in?
I'm just saying they got washed. Don't do it. Listen, just because I'm a Yankees fan, just because they play the Mets or they play the Sox, I keep my fucking mouth shut. I don't disrespect.
No, what I'm trying to lead to is certain provinces in Canada have special rights. For instance, Quebec and Ontario. They have special rights, so they wouldn't want to become part of America because then they lose those special rights. Then everybody would be equal.
I'm aware. I used to screw a chick who came from Quebec. You know what happened? She was literally that chick that was humming the Star Spangled Banner while down on me.
Canada 25 years ago was the most free country on earth. Then 9/11 happened, and we went from being. I'm telling you.
I don't know about that.
I'm telling you.
I don't know about that.
And then 9/11 happened, and then they threw our Constitution out, and it's and now we no longer have any rights whatsoever.
I'm not going to vouch for that, because if they can easily take it away from you, you were never the freest country.
Resla, you're cut off for 20 minutes. Drink water. Take a break. 20 minutes.
This is coconut water.
Okay, good. Okay.
He's drinking water.
I know my thank you for measuring my tolerance, baby girl, but I'm good.
I just want to make sure.
You just want to make sure that
you didn't make sure by coming over. Never mind.
Tesla was coming out. Didn't want no Tesla tonight.
Ain't no
I'll tell you what, it's just like a woman, right? You're just sitting there enjoying your drink, right? And a woman comes along and just fucks your day up.
No,
and
because
then a
listen,
woman comes along.
I had 4 glasses of wine the other day, and like I'm the type of person when I drink, it's like it feels so good. I want to make sure I don't lose it. So then I'll end up drinking too much. And then the next thing I know, I'm laying in bed, had just had 4 glasses of wine and 4 things of melatonin, and I'm over here thinking I may die. So I just don't want him to feel how I felt. Isn't that what everyone does? Like you start drinking and you feel good. You're like, oh, I want to keep
No,
feeling
I don't.
so you drink more.
No,
Oh no, you definitely can't ask James. He's highly moral. That does not happen.
I know my limit and I cut it off.
Well, I'm not an alcoholic, but if I drink like an alcoholic.
And I'm pretty much the devil. I want Resla to like suffer everything.
I know.
So I mean, like I ask people, do we all think no? Some of us don't care about Resla one way or the other. Some of us just want to see him miserable, aka me. Some people, I don't know. Maybe
I don't want to see him miserable. That's cold. That's
No,
cold.
this is what I have to be vigilant. I have to be vigilant because I can understand that people like Josh, they can only sleep well at night if they pray for my downfall.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to see him.
This is true.
Yeah, I don't want to see him miserable. I just want to punish him.
Dang.
Yeah, but it was the tone you said the word punishment, right? Like, yeah, I don't think that means what. Yeah, we ain't talking about the same thing.
We're not.
It is okay, Mistress Alex.
Thank you, sir.
Damn.
No, thank you.
Now it's sir. Now it's sir. After you came up on panel, like bitching and nagging about what he was drinking. What the hell?
I wasn't bitching. I was looking out for him.
That tone sounded like complaining, ma'am.
No, that's what a
tone
good bitch does. You look out for your master.
I didn't hear any request in the tone.
You know why? You know why, Josh? Because you don't understand that. Because it works opposite.
I recognize command quite well. It's the exact tone
I know.
lady uses 24/7.
You've been a bitch for a while.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, you ain't ever lied.
Damn, definitely been there. This is why I want Resla to get married, right? Because I want him to be as miserable as me. Misery loves company.
He is so trying.
Yikes.
How you been doing, Alex? You've been very lively in the chat.
I know. I thought I would be fun because no one else was talking.
I mean, I figured there would be some more ladies up. Y'all haven't seen really Brick today. He left good and early. I figured, but y'all let them know Simon been up twice. Ain't none of y'all been up. I'm like, okay, all right. This is what we doing.
Can we just? Where's Crazy Mama? Can we clip that? Resla just said, "Yo, I thought there ain't been no ladies up. I mean, Brick wasn't here.
No,
you
I've
said Brick wasn't here. No,
I've been said this. I said y'all love to chop it up in the chat. Y'all are keyboard warriors. I'll be like, yo, ladies, this is for y'all, and y'all be like, I'm like, damn, y'all ain't coming up for nothing.
I show up.
Nothing. I'm like, y'all are determined. I ain't going nowhere there.
I don't know when was it crazy? I think was in the shower.
You know Mama ain't shit. Because the moment I started mentioning women start being on the panel, look who pop up. Hello, y'all. We know you was lurking in the bushes. Stop it.
And well, I just told her to clip that because you said no women are here. I mean, Brick ain't here.
Stop it.
I know you didn't mean to say it.
You know, y'all don't pop in the bush and always say, oh, hey, y'all. Am I late? Lying ass. We was lurking in the bushes. All of a sudden, Mama, crazy Mama come with the eyes. Mama come in here talking about, hey, y'all. Am I late? Get the fuck out of here.
I don't even realize what you said.
You ain't slick.
Yeah, he didn't realize what he said when he said something about Bricky.
You literally said the ladies aren't even here. I mean, Brick isn't here.
I said no, because y'all don't want to show when Brick is up here.
No, you know when you
I
said
don't
that,
want to show
your
when Brick
mind
was up here.
automatically thought of
So
Brick.
Brick was going a long time ago. I just said, I'm still not coming up. But I watch it in the chat. Typing. I'm like, oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
I don't think he got what he
All of a
what it
sudden,
sounded. It sounded like
Alex
he's
comes
calling
up.
Brick a
Alex
lady.
comes up, and all of a sudden it's, oh, go girl. Yeah, Alex, you up there. Oh, look, crazy mama talking in the chat. Oh, look, I got the eyes out. All of a sudden, oh, did I miss anything? They go, mama up here. Get the fuck out of here. You ain't fooling nobody.
But it sounded like earlier when you said Brick's name, it sounded like you was calling him a lady in the context of how you're using it.
You know what? You know what, James, don't let me get Simon. We know how he has you identified.
No thanks. I'll pass.
I followed what you were saying, Resla.
How does Simon have you identified?
Because he said, he said, hey, who that? You sound like a woman. What you are? Yeah, the one with the glasses. Yeah, who you?
Damn.
That's what he said, bro.
Yeah, he thought I was a woman. I don't know how, but
He said, you a woman or you a dude? You a woman? He said several times.
I could hear him saying, "Are you a woman or a dude? Are you a woman or dude?" He wants some of what you got, James. Careful.
no
protect
thanks.
it.
I'm good. I'll pass.
I literally said,
like that.
hey,
I
he's
don't
single.
roll like that.
Stop it.
You ain't shit.
I don't roll like that.
I said he's single. Stop it.
It doesn't really matter how you roll. I mean, that's a strong black man. If he wants it, he gonna takes it.
Damn.
Oh,
He
is
can
that what
try,
it is?
but I don't roll like that.
You on the time the Bigsby? I like you and I want you.
Oh,
That's
God.
what it was. I was just trying to say
Johnson,
that. I
here
like
we
you
go.
and I want you.
And I want you. Gonna do it the easy way or the hard way.
Mm-hmm. It makes me think of Terry Crews in White Chicks.
Oh God.
Hey, white chocolate. Mm.
You know what they say about you being with a black man, right? You're gonna need a wheelchair.
And then the chick rolls by like, hey.
Wait a minute. I thought it was if you go black, you never go back.
That's not what he said. So you know you go black, right? You're gonna need a wheelchair.
I thought it was once you go black, your credit drops 200 points.
That has never been the case for me, ever.
Right? Me either.
I'm the opposite. I'm broke and got great credit. I have no idea what's happening here. No idea what's happening.
Wait, hold up. Isn't that like one of the metrics of you ain't black if it doesn't happen to you?
I told them let anyone try to take my black card, but unfortunately they don't have enough credit to check my black card.
Damn.
He says, "Oh, you want to check it? Sorry, you're not pre-qualified."
Damn.
Oh, crazy mama got it clipped where you're like, none of the ladies are here. Brick's not here.
Oh yeah, you're not. Now you know this. Now you notice that no one's here. Oh, okay, all right. Got you clipped. Yeah, okay.
I was trying to be all friendly with Brick the other day. Tried to show him a little teddy bear. Actually, it was a big teddy bear. I'm trying to be all nice.
You know he hates your guts from now on.
See, this is the thing, and I don't mean to sound like a cheerleader for Brick, but just I've been doing this for so long. I've actually met people that are almost identical to him. It's uncanny, actually. The thing that I think a lot of people don't see about Brick, because I'm very similar in a lot of the time to the way that Brick's mind works, right?
I'll be right back.
Brick and I see that society wastes 99% of their time on nonsense, and I have the ability to just turn that off and just sit up here and joke around with you guys, right? But it kind of goes back to when I used to do a news show all during the pandemic, and then people who I go on their channels like I do with Resla right now, fundraise for them, like say, hey, like, share, and subscribe, and please donate if you like the show, things like that. And then those same hosts of that show, when I did my news show, when someone says, oh, 10th Man, what do you think about him? And then they would say, his show is boring. I like when he does drama shows, but his news is boring. And I would take that as a personal slight, right? And I think that's kind of how Brick thinks too, is people devalue his contributions, so then he just shuts off and just like, fuck all you. I'm the same way.
It kind of works both ways. If you give yourself too much accolades and believe in what your contribution is without really properly assessing, the rest of the world might look at you a little bit differently.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, 10th man. You kind of lost me when you said Brick's mind works. It doesn't. And then also you said how Brick thinks. He doesn't, because thoughts aren't real. So he doesn't think, and his mind doesn't work. Just saying.
But I've had real conversations with him, so it's funny. What you're saying is funny, but
Funny but true.
okay. I don't defend other men.
I don't
right?
I don't have the words for it. I don't have the words for it. I don't cape for other men.
I can just tell you what I see.
He a big boy. He a big boy. He does things. He understands the nature of what's going on. He understands what happens when he gets on his platform, because quite frankly, of anybody who's up here, he gets the most heat than anyone else I can think of. He gets more heat than GS now. And sometimes I have to look at some of y'all in the chat and I just go, is it really that serious?
I went through years of it. Years and years. I enjoyed it though. Brick seems to bother Brick.
See, I've been doing this for over a year. You know what? I've never had to deal with that bullshit. Never.
Because you don't show weakness, he shows weakness, and then people capitalize on it like wolves. That's the problem.
Listen, he shows up here, stream after stream. He supports. I got nothing bad to say about that. I mean, no, you know what? Speaking of support, guys, your support for the show, you make all this happen. It's all possible because of you guys. Everything that you do, every donation helps create pretty much bringing us to that next amazing level of content. I can't tell you how much I have to keep working on shit because I got a whole fucking other side of my desk I got to work on. Oh, I'm not looking forward to it. But it is what it is. And if you enjoy this kind of stream, do me a favor, guys. Just, if you can, support whatever you can. I feel like this is one of those poor streams. The little black boy. I believe the children are our future. Whatever. Do whatever you got to do. Drop a donation. And, if not, you know what? Drop a donation so that Joshua can get out of Vietnam.
Help!
He is definitely doing the in the arms of an angel.
Lady boys have kidnapped me.
Drop a donation so that Brick can be the man in his relationship. And no, I will give him that. Brick is very consistent and he's loyal.
Damn, this hatred for Brick is insane.
He's loyal? Like that's a metric that women want? That's bullshit.
I mean, he's loyal, like he comes around, he's consistent. But yeah, donate so Josh can be the man in his relationship.
Josh can be the
I'll never be the man in my relationship. It'll never happen, right?
We're gonna try to get you there.
To Disney World now.
We're gonna try to get you there. She's gonna call you sir when I get done with her.
She calls me sir now, but that's because grandma and mother-in-law are here every once in a while, right? So
she's playing.
Oh yeah, she plays.
Does she call you daddy too?
No, she does not. She don't even call him sir. She definitely ain't calling him daddy.
It was pretty much like, "Hey, bitch, come here. I want."
And
it
you're
now.
like, "Yes, ma'am. Yes, mistress."
Yeah, I said, no. I'm saying, "I'm sorry, honey. Give me a moment to put the broom and the mop down, and then I'll be right there."
And she gives you a moment. You need to drop it right when she says it.
What the fuck? See, this is why I can't steal. See, this is the difference between her and you. You're a dom because you won't allow a moment. She at least has some kindness, right? She'll grant me that moment.
She's like, you're still standing there with that apron on? Get down on your knees and lick my boot.
Right, like
Damn.
I don't care what time it needs to come out of the oven. Have the what are those Roomba, the vacuum? Have the Roomba take it out of the oven. Get over here right now. A Roomba.
Yeah. No, well, we're here.
You're so worthless. You make me sick.
Yeah, it's actually a bunch of sticks glued to a stick. That's what they call brooms here. This is what we clean our floors with.
Mm.
You know what? Fuck the Roomba. You're gonna pick up every piece of dirt with your anus.
Ew.
I thought you were gonna say with your hand, and then you said with your anus. It's so emasculating. You're gonna sweep the floor with your balls. Imagine him just like with his knees bent, like in a crouching position, just rubbing his
You don't even
sack
get the
across the floor.
dustpan. Use your cheeks.
Let it all like accumulate in the hair on your sack. And then mop it with it too. Use your sack hairs like a mop.
Are you into that, Alex? The hairy sack? Is that what you're into?
Look,
She's like, I'm not giving the dustpan.
I am.
The most I'll do is lift the lid of the garbage can. But if you want to get all that dirt from in between your cracks, you gotta clap all the dirt out.
I wouldn't be able to accumulate in that format of floor cleaning, right? Because my stuff is I could wax the floor, but I wouldn't be able to accumulate dust.
Well, you better put some tape on it. You better figure out something, some Velcro.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
And you can't rinse it out later, because when you're in the shower later, you need to be scrubbing the shower while you're in there, so your hands will be too busy to wash your body. They need to be scrubbing the shower.
No, I don't scrub the shower. That's the one thing I don't do.
Yes, you do. Here's a magic eraser. Now go get in there and get clean.
No, ma'am. It doesn't work this way, right? My grandfather was Italian. I will never listen to another Italian person a day in my life. I am rebellious.
Do you hear those crickets? That's fine. Don't listen to an Italian.
I'm afraid of Doms. So
I'm not a Dom. Listen, I'm not a Dom. I just think if a woman's controlling a man, I would know how they should do it. You know, like I'm just saying how it would probably be done, or it should be done. I'm not saying that I do that.
I think you've got the black latex and all. The ball gag in the mouth. Like I think you have all of these toys in a closet somewhere. I'm almost sure of it.
Like I have a hole cut out in my man's gaming chair, and there's a dildo right there.
Right, I'm sure you're
crazy.
Now it's starting to get hot. Keep going. Keep going.
That's crazy.
I'm absolutely sure she's got a glory hole mounted in her bathroom door.
That's wild.
She's got one of those chairs where the dude lays down and there's just a hole through the bottom of the chair, and he just eats her the whole time.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
where his place is, underneath there.
Yep.
Told you, Dom scared the shit out of me.
That's what I do.
I almost dated one. Thank God.
How did we get here?
Friend.
Is this my fault?
Yes. I accidentally dated one.
Tell us. How did that go?
Accidentally?
Like I said, it was accidentally.
How was that an accident?
It was New Year's Eve. You've heard this. It was New Year's Eve. I was heavily drunk. We were bar hopping, and one thing led to another, and I wound up in an apartment of a nice little midget who was also happened to be a dominatrix.
She's a midget and a dom.
Yes, sir.
And it was accidental.
Accidental.
Who's the pussy now?
No, it's still you, sir.
Okay. I never had no midget tie me up, hog tie me down.
Oh, it wasn't a tie up. She couldn't tie me up when I had one foot on her fucking head.
Oh, she was a masochist.
No, listen, she liked the choke. She likes everything.
No, she liked to choke you, or
she likes being carried.
Oh well.
Wait, did we just? I can't even get to the sadist or masochist. You did it with a midget.
Oh yeah. She's still my top 5.
I told you, the small women, they're the best kind. It
She's my
makes
fucking
everything
still my
appear
top 5.
It makes everything appear larger than it actually is. Big ego boost.
No, I mean like she ooh. She had them hips and everything. She was not afraid of it.
Crazy mama, this is my fault. Okay, this is my fault.
It's your fault.
I started this. Okay.
This is not a new story. I've talked about this some time on the internet.
Bro, it's a first for me.
And what's wrong with midgets? Like midget porn,
Nothing.
man, that's a growing genre.
Nothing.
We absolutely love our midget women. It's just here we call them Asians.
I mean, other midget women, they'd be scared. They'd be like, I can't. I'm like, what? I've dated the midget before. She's like, no, I can't. I can't. I'm like, why? She's like, my husband. I said, oh, that's the reason why. Okay, cool. No problem.
I won't tell if you won't tell.
Oh, that you can't even say that. That'd be so persuasive.
Mm-hmm.
But he's gonna know. How's he gonna know? Because I can't walk. That's why. Well, you know.
Just a tip.
It's never just a tip. Come on, sir.
Yeah, that's.
Listen, I'm in my office trying to avoid that type of talk right now, and you guys are doing it right now.
Oh, come on. Yeah, are you in there with HR? Oh, turn the volume up. We gotta have some
It's
fun
not my
now.
fault. I'm not taking the blame for this.
I'm a fed. I don't mind taking the blame. I get blamed all the time anyways, right? So
No, it's James's fault. James Life Talks. He started this.
It's absolutely his fault. Absolutely.
Definitely his fault.
Who's gonna believe James started?
How dare you, James? How dare you let the devil in?
He's so naughty. He's busy over there praying right now.
Damn. James, you ain't got the rosary beads out, do you?
Mm-hmm. He's rocking back and forth. Come to Jesus.
Better not. Alex
He's
was
over
talking
there.
about rosary beads and anal beads are the same thing. So you better
Oh
watch.
my goodness. No.
Oh man, what did I miss?
He's over there. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy
Not
kingdom come, thy will be
rosary.
done.
will be
On earth
done.
as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses. We shall forgive those who trespass against us, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. In Jesus' name.
Yo, if you got any rosary beads, just like Our Lady of Mercy. just get already.
Lady of Mercy.
Damn, now I'm starting to think about. See, this is forget the sex talk. Right now, I'm starting to think about business. Hey, Alex. I got what? Resla's got a video camera. And you seem to be very charismatic on camera, right? Could we you think we could start up a film business?
I just want to let you know that, Alex, when I start filming in the straps, and just let you know my GoPro is always live.
Listen, buddy boy, I've been advertising for black men with large penises to do OnlyFans for months on here. You don't get to just invade my territory.
No, gay porn does make good money, strangely enough.
I'm the recruiter around here, sir.
Oh hell no! I see. I believe in competition. I'm gonna have to fight 10th. I already know it. God,
Yeah,
I hope I don't lose.
You fight. Listen. Well, you fight 10th. It'll just be me and Alex. All right, you guys sort it out.
Oh, y'all want to watch now? See, right? And you've got the GoPro in your fucking hand. You're fuck off.
No,
right?
it won't be in my hand. It'll absolutely be strapped to my body. You'll get all the motion.
It's a new series called YouTube Bum Fights.
Okay.
James, cover your eyes.
But I don't mean like bum people like the
My
out on the
eyes
street.
will
I mean like your
be on
ass.
there. So yeah, there's no need to cover my eyes. My eyes won't even be there.
You say that, till you see that monthly payment on OnlyFans.
Yeah, I'd be surprised.
What the fuck?
That tier level will be serious.
Yeah, money changes people. It definitely does.
Who was it? There was a girl that was
I'm
saying
highly
she was like
moral.
90 grand in her first month on OnlyFans or something.
90 grand.
I think it was the girl that's doing the 1,000.
90 grand.
Oh,
Or
that's
did 1,000 bodies in a day.
Wait,
Oh.
she's making $90,000 from that?
That was for the 600 run.
She's made. There was, I don't know who it was. There was a girl that said
she's still getting dogged. Listen, she's still getting dogged out.
Yeah, and she's
I
pregnant
don't
now.
know how
Maybe
she
it
did
wasn't her.
that, though.
I
don't
know
think
there
she actually
was.
did that.
There's another
No.
chick too.
It was the girl that
no way
like
she
found.
actually-
I remember now. It was the girl that like found God. I don't know where he was hiding, but she found him, and she decided to stop doing porn. She said she made 40 million in like 2 years, or 14 million in like 2 years.
Oh,
And
I
her
know who you're
first
talking
month-
about. The one that was
her
on
first-
whatever.
Yeah, her
Yeah,
first
that's-
month she made 90 grand. And then she was saying
She's
that
on
her dad like does her accounting, and that her dad didn't want her to leave OnlyFans when she found God because the money was so good.
Desiree.
She must have been
Right.
fine to make 90
Was it
fucking K.
Desiree or was it?
In her first month, like made an account within 30 days, 90 grand.
Yeah,
No,
no,
it wasn't
she must have
Desiree
been
that
bad as
found
shit.
God. It was,
I can't imagine some regular chick making that.
It wasn't Desiree. It was someone else, wasn't it?
Oh, you got them by first name, James? All right, got you.
Well, I've heard the name so many times on whatever.
And that's all right. I get it. I ain't
I watched so much whatever.
Listen,
Man. I've heard
hey
I've
James,
heard some of these a few
listen, James, you
times.
ain't got to explain your history.
And then
Your
I-
history list is your history
all
list.
my
All right,
and
all
anything off
good.
my head.
All good. Listen, your history is your history. I'm not judging. It's all good.
Damn.
James is trying to be dick number 816.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you trying to be dick number
Nope.
816.
Nope.
That's what I do,
Hey, yo,
No,
James.
you
God
be
is
crazy.
Who's
You would have
the
to
guy?
be crazy to get
Dick,
involved with
like
some
Dick
women.
100 or
You'd
something.
have
Sort
to
of
be
like, Mike is gonna be that one that wins.
insane. No offense to men, but you have to be absolutely insane to get involved with some women.
Well, you're not
You have to
interested
be
in sloppy
certified
one
insane.
thousandth.
I mean,
Sloppy 1000. That's just talking back to you.
What are you talking about? By the time you're number 1,000, she's already pregnant. Like the conception has already happened, and it's already a baby.
And yet you'll have 1,000, and they're talking about mine is gonna be the one that wins.
Then she's gonna have septuplets, be like 8 or 10 of them all at the same time, like a litter, except for they're all different daddies. That's not weird.
I mean, I don't want to make y'all visualize it, but fuck it, I'm going to. Can y'all imagine what it looks like how sloppy and mangled it is after like 4? But imagine at 1,000.
Knock the box out of it.
Can you?
Is it wrong that I find that a little bit hot?
It's got
yeah, that's
so
way
mangled.
wrong, dude. That is way wrong.
It's like roast beef with mayonnaise, just like in a blender.
Man, she got the whole meat curtains. You can tie that shit into a fucking tie.
See, I'm gay, right? And it's been a long time since I've had sex with a woman. But when I did have sex with women, I was like a jackrabbit. We would go for like all night, right? Hold on 1 second.
Wait a
minute.
minute.
1 second. And so I actually liked it better like on the 4th or 5th time, because then she was swole and she was nice and tight. And it was like, yeah, and hot. It was like really, really warm from being worn out. That's what I liked.
Wait a minute. What happened that turned you gay?
That
The
is
nonsense.
literally what happened.
No, I like that.
Oh.
Yes.
James, have you not heard me complain about women? They make a lot of noise. They can't cook. They're just generally nothing but noise pollution. All they are is a hole that you will park in every once in a while, right?
I wouldn't go that far. You guys do know that the symbol in, I believe it's Japanese or Vietnamese or something, for women as opposed to just a single woman, actually also is the word for noisy.
Chinese, yeah.
Really?
Just saying, yeah.
Yeah.
Consider it noisy. It's just noisy. Dang, and it's like we're misogynist.
And another language, it's like
Dang.
conflict. It's like conflict or something, a different language.
He's
Dang,
not.
and they take word massage in this. They ain't mad Asians.
Yeah, but
think
at least
that's
with Asians,
misogyny. That's
they've
pretty
earned it.
They earned it. Is that what it is?
Yeah, they've earned it. Their men are pretty much turned pussy, anyways.
Oh, whoa!
I earned it.
Damn.
Well, yeah, because there's only one woman for like every 5 dudes. I've watched a couple different documentaries about that. And before I was married, I actually considered moving there.
They don't even care
For that reason. Because I would have been, I'd have been like a god in China. Because I'm like a really tall, good sized, phallus, white dude, and they admire, like they have great admiration. I'm like with the tallest person there. I actually considered moving there one time.
Again, they would not care.
Resla, how much longer are you going? Should I start drinking?
I don't know.
Yes, you should.
I mean, usually I get that question when they're on their back, but
Or their knees. Should I start drinking?
Resla, do you have to get them inebriated to get them on their back?
No, I'm just always wondering why they keep asking me, how long does it keep going? You wouldn't know anything about that though, Josh.
No, I told you, I'm 6 second man. Might be the
relate.
best 6 seconds of your life, but it'll be the only 6 seconds of it too.
It won't.
How many word? I don't know. I'm not gonna go there.
What do you mean how?
Alex, you trying to rush me off the stream?
No, I didn't want to start drinking and be all fun and tipsy and then you leave.
Well, I was thinking about ending it in the next probably 15 minutes.
Okay, I won't drink then. I like how when you go to talk to me, you get all close to the mic and you talk to me like this.
I gotta pretend I'm talking to your ear.
Yeah.
Real close.
Like there's no one
It's the
here.
same way I talk to Resla.
Bro.
Damn.
I just got I got wrong.
Oh, this just turned different direction real fast. Yeah, where's the camera now, Resla? Where's the camera now?
It's set up and ready for when the show ends.
I want to make money. Come on, Resla. Set up the cam.
As if I would ever let you pin me out. The fuck?
Out
of here.
Sir, you think you have a choice in this matter, right?
I absolutely have a choice.
There's 2 guys right here, right? I don't know what Alex's going to do, but in 10th man, we can take you.
Oh, I carry.
I'm still not worried about Alex, right? It just
wow.
I can throw a can of Budweiser her direction. Right, she's finished. She's easy to.
I'm on Resla's side.
Ah, fuck. Now, never mind, traitor. I forgot.
Now you're
already. Why not on that one too? As a man, I'm sorry. Apologize. Alex, you got a question down there in chat. No Chaser wants to know, what do you carry?
Carry what? A Taurus G2C.
Oh.
And then I have a G2C too as well. It's purple.
Wait. Why do you have any interest in Resla? He carries big knives. He calls them swords, right? But I'm just calling them big knives.
I don't actually have interest in Resla. I mean, this is the internet.
It's called being funny, sir. It's called being funny.
It's called
Yep.
Yeah. Playing along.
It's something for people to talk about. Look at the chat.
I literally have zero sexual interest in Resla. It's just funny. You can't say it's not funny having a gay guy that tells you about the double piston. You guys haven't had that pleasure yet, but it's funny.
Oh, if that's something gay, then I'll never have the pleasure because it won't be pleasurable for me.
Well, how
the
do you
pleasure
know?
of the explanation of the story, sir.
Well, hold up, James. How do you know? See, there he is. Big kitchen knife. See, this motherfucker's in the kitchen. This is what he cuts fish up with.
I like a man with a long sword.
Oh, Jesus.
Can you hear us, Resla? Earlier today, I think I might have posted on my community page, but I don't remember. This kid, he was like 8. And can you hear me, Resla? Say something.
Yes.
I don't want. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
And he's like 8 or 10 years old or something, and he comes into his house and he goes, "Dad, I bought a fucking sword." And he goes, I'm sorry, I meant freaking. And he somewhere at a yard sale found a like full sword like what you just showed for $20. And he said, and I Google imaged it, and it was $1,000.
Not 1,000.
That kid, the kid was so happy. It was adorable.
I don't know why, but now this image is
No, the father's like, "You can't have a sword," and he takes it out of its sheath. And he touches it, he goes, "This is sharp. You can't have this."
I really don't mind if it has a sheath. I mean, I used to think it was weird having a pickle sheath, but now, like, what's wrong with a pickle sheath? You know what I mean?
Scabbard, whatever you want to call it.
A pickle sheath, the sheath.
I call that thing that you're making sounds out of a cock holster.
A cock holster. There you go. All right.
It's totally a pickle sheath.
Potato, tomato.
I don't know. I'm still stuck here with a damn mental image in my head of Resla in the fucking kitchen cutting a mango up with that fucking thing. Yeah, I swear to God, man, when I get back stateside, I'm robbing your ass.
I'm still stuck imagining Resla with a midget.
You steal from me all you want. You're going to leave something behind, though.
This motherfucker eating mangoes in wintertime in New York. I know the damn thing got to be like $30-$40, right? And worse, now he's showing off cutting a bitch up with a fucking sword, right? Like this is only in America.
I'm just imagining him with a midget. Like, just imagine the height of, like, just imagine. Or as my man says, just imagine.
He used to, did he used to date Asians? So that's the same thing.
Yes, I've had like 4 Asians. Like, what are you talking about here?
They're midgets. Like,
they're not midgets. The tallest Asian I've been with is 5'6".
Well, what is the ceiling for dwarfism? 5'4"?
She was.
Well, that's the case. I'm a dwarf.
She was
I'm a dwarf, and I'm
5'4". 4'10", 4'11".
I'm a dwarf.
Yeah, 4'10".
If that's the case,
then I'm not a dwarf then. Thank goodness.
Yes, no, she's classified as a dwarf. She absolutely.
I'm out of that category.
I know, because my best friend's 4'10", and I always tell her she's a midget. She's like, "No, I'm not. I'm a little person."
Yeah, she's a midget.
Yeah. She'd be so mad if she heard you say that. She's scared of midgets. I don't know why. They're like an inch shorter than her.
Well, keep in mind, there's midgets and then there's dwarfism. There's a difference.
But yeah, little people are different. Little people are different than midgets.
Right.
What's a midget?
Midgets is someone who just fall between a certain height.
Yeah, well, what like what height though?
You guys are off. 4'10". 4'10".
No, 4'10" is a little person. Under that, like midgets are like under 4 feet, I think.
Right, but there's a difference between midget and dwarfism. Dwarfism is a different syndrome altogether.
No, I don't know that
it's
much
the
about
same
him,
thing. I'm looking at it right now. Same thing.
You can be extremely small and still look proportionate, and dwarfism is something totally different.
Resla, I got a real question. Is
True,
it still
I guess.
like, is it still like as deep as like a normal woman, or
Damn.
Is it different?
Damn. Why are you?
That's a good question because
like,
dudes.
does it only go to 3 inches when they're excited, or does it go up to that 5 or 6? Like, how deep does it go? How deep is it? All right, it bottoms out at 3 inches. Never mind.
Sorry, I was thinking.
He didn't reach the bottom. He doesn't know.
Oh no!
Damn.
Yo,
No, I was knocking the bottom out that. Anyway, it was a weird time. I had the first night was a little bit obscure, so I had to go back again to figure it out. I was really lit that first night, so I had to go back to make sure that it was legit. Pretty good.
how deep was it?
Pretty good. Still didn't hold the whole thing, but
But does a normal size woman hold the whole thing?
Not for me. I make my point.
Right.
Sometimes I feel like you gotta fracture your button. You have to fracture your thumb when you're hitting the button. Sometimes you just gotta make your point.
Okay.
So
not quite the same as a normal woman, but okay.
Not quite. It's all about the experience of the woman, really. And I guess as a dom, rather not for nothing. At the end of the day, I'm happy that I ended up with her and not her friend.
Why?
We were told in the bar that she was the neighborhood hoe. And actually, she saved me from her very friend. It just so happened that we still wound up doing the deed.
So maybe her friend was deeper.
Oh, God. That's it. Good time.
Hello, Ron. How are you?
Good time. Very memorable. Still a good
So
friend.
I have to ask the inappropriate questions. The midget and the person that she saved you from, what was their were they Caucasian or
Yes,
what
sir.
was?
Yes, sir.
They're both white?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think Resla said before most of the women he's taken down were white.
No, not even.
Do you think she ever went back?
Pale skin for sure, but not white.
So what is the majority?
Majority of women I have been with have been Spanish, mainly Puerto Rican or Puerto Rican, Dominican. I was with a Mexican one time, and I've been with a Cambodian, been with a Japanese, Korean, never been with anyone Chinese.
He like so you.
And
you
then
like
what
mostly,
else? What's the next most?
The next most, closest to white?
No, tell me from the majority to the minority, what you've been with.
So I've been with different type of white women. I've been with Irish. It was a chick that was Norwegian. She lied to me. She told me she was Swedish, but she was Norwegian. I've been with just your average chicks from New Jersey. The first white chick I slept with was New Jersey. Last white chick I slept with, well, that's not true. I slept with a chick who was in California. My ex that I was with for a while, I met her in Florida before I came back to New York. So I've actually been with 5 white women, if my memory serves, right off the bat. 5.
So mostly Spanish.
Mainly Spanish. I've had some black women. I just never kept any until my girlfriend.
So mostly Spanish, then black, then Asian, then white.
Well, actually, it was black, then Spanish, then Asian, then white, then black again.
No, I mean the most to the least. If you've been with 20 black girls and 5 black women, you say mostly.
If most, it's Spanish being the most, then white, then Asian, then black.
Okay.
And Bonino Amiani?
I've never been with an Indian chick.
Indian like dot or feather?
Take your pick.
Indian like buffalo or camel?
I would like the chance of both.
Indian like campfire or like building on fire?
Both. The answer is yes. I would take my hand in both.
Okay.
Never happened.
Indian like headdress or like turban?
Give me the headdress. Give me the headdress and the towel head. I'm taking it.
Okay. I could play this game all night.
Absolutely. Especially my thing about an Indian, the dot is if she has a European accent. Oh, kills me. That's
like an Indian
yes.
British chick.
Oh,
that would
instant
kill you.
Instant catch me to me.
GT,
Oh yeah, bro, I love
GT.
British accent, man. The British accent.
British accent on a
Oh,
Indian
man.
woman. Oh, so fucking catch me quickly.
Resla,
Resla's walking around the house with an erection every time a call center girl calls. Jesus Christ.
Resla, GT asks, any dudes?
Any what?
Any dudes?
Fucking dare you? What do you mean, dudes?
Huh? Yeah, what do you mean, dude? Like, what?
Wait. So I want to answer your question. There was a dude who watched.
Was it a white dude? Or
Okay.
Asian?
Yes.
And I still thank you for that.
No, it was definitely a white dude.
Okay.
And he scared the shit out of me. And well, there was an agreement. And then after a while, he was getting too weird. And he did something that really scared the shit out of me, and I left.
He tried to touch you?
His woman was getting a little too frantic, and she said it was okay for me to finish inside her. And I was like, hell no. And
no, that's the fantasy.
And then he grabbed me upside this shoulder and said, it's okay, you can come. And I said, oh no, I'm done. I'm out. Why did you touch me?
Why was you even with another man's woman?
Oh, James. So it's
not even ask that.
James,
Like,
it's called a cuck and a bull. Just look it up.
Yes.
James.
James does not understand. And his
No.
precious
no, I do
little
not.
mind.
That's
That I'm highly moral.
It's very common with white boys
So
to look for a bull.
Listen, as like especially when I work security, we used to go to like a lot of the big colleges, NYU, Stony Brook, Columbia. These girls they were in relationships, and they would literally dog their white boyfriends out right then and there. So if I'm gonna fuck him, I'm gonna fuck him, and we're just sitting there we're standing there dude, I don't know what to tell you. If I want to suck his dick right now, I'm gonna do it. I'm like, it's got nothing to do with me, man. It's got listen. You need to talk to her, handle that, whatever. That same girl will try to get back with you later.
And the dude will be like, it's fine. Can I watch, please?
Sometimes she'd be like, I'm not even here no more. And I said, listen, you're here. And then she would pop that wristband off, and she's like, I'm not here. And I'm like, she's not here. Heard that right? She's not here.
okay.
James, are you a virgin?
Yes, I'm a virgin. Yes.
That's precious.
She said precious.
What it is?
Why she said precious?
Bless your heart.
Bless your heart. I wish I could have met my man as a virgin.
Why did you do that?
Who?
James, that is absolutely okay.
No, that's wonderful. I really, if I could go back in time, I would have met my man when I was a virgin and he was a virgin.
If I've been a whore for so long.
I wish I could be a virgin and meet a man who's a virgin.
Tiff man too.
No, man, I'm very happy with what I've done.
I'm not.
I'm telling you, there are people, many, many people out there that still pleasure themselves to what we did. Guaranteed, 1,000%.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of believe that actually. Yeah.
Because I see, just like when I'm on here, right? I'm going to give you my best.
Yeah, yes, GT. It's for religious reasons. Yes.
Huh?
Everything I did for science.
Oh, not me. Not me. I did everything in lack, especially me. Oh my, I really fucked up. I stopped smoking my freshman year. In the middle of my freshman year, I gave up smoking weed, but started getting into other shit, especially party stuff.
X. Go ahead.
Oh, well, X was definitely out in that time. X came out, and then later on came acid. I never really got acid, but X, oh my goodness, X got me into a lot of trouble.
Wow.
Like what kind of trouble? Tell us.
Maybe another time.
Okay.
God, next to you, I grew up with goody two shoes. I smoked. Probably took a toke off of like one joint, age 17. That was it.
Yeah, no, I've done some rather crazy shit that I know I would not have agreed to sober.
I've never
co-workers, nurses, because there was a hospital nearby. Chicks who were going for the bar, like they were. I learned early that me and anyone that was going to be a lawyer was not going to work out because it was not working out with chicks who were trying to take the bar.
Cop in the backseat of his cop car.
No, cop at the ticket stand after the old Yankee Stadium closed.
Just cop in the backseat of his car for me.
Now
Well, that was one of the cops. Now the other cop. Never mind.
I was always curious because sometimes them listen. I don't know what is it about females cops' pants, but they make them all look like they got wagons.
Very true. Mm-hmm.
They all look like they got a wagon. I was like, listen, I am lit.
Okay.
And she was game, and I was like, oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. You wouldn't catch me. There's no way in hell you catch me naked with a female cop ever.
I wasn't naked.
I've never met a female
Pants
cop.
just at my ankles, so.
I've never met one that didn't.
She had more weight to pick up than me.
Just the mental aspects alone have to deal with. I've never met one that didn't have like horrible daddy issues, dom, and they just dealt with it in weird kind of ways, right?
That's just part of the territory. It's not for nothing. Even chicks who have daddies issues.
True, but it just seems like within law enforcement, it's always been a thing.
Law enforcement, security, doctors, nurses, teachers definitely have daddy issues. Oh my gosh, the teachers, especially teachers who teach special ed.
That's funny because these are all the sluttiest. Like when people think of the biggest sluts, they think of the nurse and police.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Absolutely correct.
People in the medical field and people in law enforcement, they're the biggest sluts.
Education as well. Absolutely.
I think I might be able to justify the medical field though.
Why?
So I've noticed this, and it's the same thing with older people. As you run into as you're more faced with your own mortality, you become generally more sexual. See what old people actually do.
That's not it. The reason why that happens is because it's not because of the whole morbid thing. It's because they run, especially because they start out early, so they wind up being ER, and they run across a lot of people who have drugs, and it gets in their mind that I should just take these. Because a lot of people that will turn around and do all that shit, get cleaned up while they're there. And you know what they tell a lot of people, those nurses? I've heard a lot of these stories. They say, I'm living my best life. I'm so happy. They convince these women that they're happy, so they want to do the drugs too. Girl, I'm happy. Like, you was just getting the train around you, and we just found you got found in the fucking train yard. They're like, yeah, but I had the great time of my life. Hey, girl, if you want the drugs, it's in my bag. And they take them shits.
I think
and then they call somebody like me.
I think a lot of the girls in the medical field, it's like they'll be nurses and they'll think that they can land a doctor by screwing them. So it'll be like a new nurse just hired on the job, and then the doctors will hit on her and she'll think, oh God, I'm going to end up married to a doctor. And then next thing she knows, she's been passed around and
here's the funny part about it. It's not even the young ones that you got to worry about. It's the older ones. It's the women in their 40s and 50s. They'll preach to the younger ones, girl, you need to worry about your own shit, girl. You got to worry about this shift because I'm too old, my back or whatever. And she getting her back blown out.
True. Yeah, they don't want you to come in there young and start sleeping with everyone because they're already sleeping with them all.
Yep.
They don't need that young competition.
They'll ask you for the favor. Can you do this for me, girl? I'll take care of you. And I'll help you with that thing you was talking about. Also, they can walk away with a young thing who's going to give it that work.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't slick. They're the ones that steal the meds and everything. Not for nothing, nurses that work at penitentiaries.
They're the worst ones that are addicted to drugs.
Well, they're not the worst ones. The COs. They're the worst ones.
Well, COs aren't nurses though.
They
Come on,
aren't.
doctors and medical
They're not.
field.
They're not nurses, but they're the ones that spend a lot of time getting finessed by these dudes.
Yeah, my best friend and I have talked about this because she used to work in a prison, and she would talk about how the COs would give themselves to the men. And the worst part of it is, not only would they throw away like a whole marriage and a whole career and everything for an inmate, but I mean, letting these dudes tell you, "Oh, I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that." They throw away all this, and then at the same time, they end up getting charged, and they have to register as a sex offender because an inmate can't consent.
Nope.
So it's bad.
Wow, that's just crazy. I never
Like,
thought a CEO would do all that.
oh, absolutely. In
Oh,
fact,
all
we're not talking
often.
much about one person. We're talking about when the CEOs get really crazy and they getting passed along.
Yeah, they get pregnant by inmates like often.
They get like not. It's not the one
Really?
dude. They get the train ran on them in one
Wait a minute,
cell.
wait a minute, I thought women couldn't even be in the same
Oh,
facility.
absolutely they can.
Yeah, they can.
Absolutely.
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 Like, wait a minute.
There's no gender discrimination.
Oh, that's right, because they're woke. I forgot. My bad. I forgot. What year am I living in? This is 2025. This ain't...
Well, there are female CEOs, CEOs watching men all the time.
What year am I living in?
Yep, and they sleep with those inmates. And they're too reckless to even be on birth control. I don't know how you can be sleeping with a bunch of inmates and not even be on birth control. Like your goal in life is to get pregnant by someone that can't be there.
No, Alex, their goal in life was to succeed. Literally.
And they sucked it. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy.
They should have succeeded with their mouth though, not with their. Yeah.
Bro, they weren't thinking that far. Because when women are like that, they don't care.
I'm trying to figure out how some
I'm
dude
telling
that
you, I know
his record. You know he not going anywhere. How he
I've
finesse you.
seen women in real life that just don't care.
Like you on a murder charge. You're not leaving no time soon. Why would you do that?
Like I've seen chicks have a baby by a dude that doesn't want them because they're trying to get his money, but it's like with an inmate, you're not gonna get to be with him and you're not getting no child support. So like what are you doing?
And you married, sis.
And they will have that baby. These will be the chicks that'll have the baby.
I don't think it's I don't think for them chicks that it's about the money. I think it's simply about spreading the legs, man. What can I say?
I'm just saying about a baby. Like most women that have babies by a dude who doesn't want them, it's because they just want some child support. They want someone to take care of them.
Oh yeah. They already got the game on lock. They
well, they know they ain't got no
the
money,
math.
then it can't be about the money.
Math. Their math does not make any sense to me at all. Not even a little bit. Damn. You think that you're going to do well by having 6 kids? Like, as if that you're going to be taken care of? Dumbest shit I ever heard. All right, team. All right. So let's do our last round so I can start ending this stream so that Alex and I can drink.
All right.
Josh, final thoughts.
Jesus.
Just say what I do was wrong.
Assholes that eat mangoes in winter should be either shot or robbed. I don't care which.
And we do it right on the front stoop just to bother people like you.
That would definitely bother me too. Let's see here. The topic, mastering time. I actually don't, and I'm talking fundamentally at least 3/4 of global population, at least 3/4. I would venture to be more incapable. The vast majority of us are unproductive, can't go in any direction, let alone have enough determination to go into one direction of our goal, of any goal that they would set for themselves for long term. I just don't believe that the vast majority of population is capable of mastering time. Like not even close.
Yeah, no hope for humanity.
Some think they still got time to do so. Okay. Deaf man.
If you're under 7 inches, you're not a real man.
Damn. I guess I'm not. I guess I'm not a real man.
7.
If I tie it to the ceiling and stretch out
Disqualifies
another
me.
inch, does that count?
This guy here, you give a shit. Apparently, he's asking for his validation, but I'm gonna just skip right past that. James.
Hopefully one day as humanity we can come together and work together. But I always have hope that humanity can master their own time. That people can
Bless your heart.
Can reach their goals and aspirations if they want to and so desire to. They can always learn how to do so.
Interesting.
That's my final thoughts. Thank you for letting me up today, Resla.
Alex.
Resla, I'd like to reach our goals and aspirations, and I'd like for us to come together.
So would I. Can't
That's
wait.
We should come together.
We should definitely come together.
As long as I get the watch, I'm fine with it.
Chat, have a good one. See y'all next time.
All right, so let me just do a little bit of my solo with everybody. We'll see where we go from there. All right, everybody. I'm going to just tell you as my particular final thoughts is that you don't control time. I know we have lots of people who have their own thoughts, their own ideas as to whether time was real or whether the thoughts that we had was even real. You want to put it that way. But you don't control time. You never have, to be honest with you. And to be honest with you, you likely never will. You'll never be able to really master that kind of thing. The truth is, time doesn't care about you. I know that you care about time, but time does not care about you. It keeps moving whether you are aware of it or not. It does pause, but only when we need a break. And it doesn't really rewind when you decide that you want to mess up. That's just not the way it works. For sure. As sure as hell doesn't give refunds basically for you wasting your time on shit, heaven doesn't give you a credit either. Just want to let you know that. I think we love acting like tomorrow is promised. The truth of the matter is that we say things like, I'll start next week. I'll start getting serious when the time is right. But honestly, tell me, when does that really take place? When has ever been the right time for anything? How many times have you pushed something off only to wait a year later realizing that nothing has changed? That's a hard truth. If you don't take time, if you don't take the time to control what you need to do, or someone else will. That's really what it is. It's really what it is. Your job is to eat up as much time as you can because you have your birth date, you have your end date, but that dash right in the middle, when they put it on your tombstone, would say everything that you did, everything that was about you. And I think a lot of people don't take their time to really take advantage of that. So with that being said, at the end of the day, I don't want you to wait. I don't care about your excuses, your doubts, your distractions. Just keep moving. That's the only thing you can do. And if the only thing you have is control, how do you plan to use it? With that being said, guys, take care of yourselves. Take care of your families. Do me a favor, guys. Hit that like button if you haven't already, because the algorithm is allergic to critical thought. Subscribe if you haven't, of course. I don't know why you're not doing so. And I will see you on the next one. Until then, guys, take care of yourselves. And of course, stay opinionated. I will see you on the next one. And we will redirect to what looks like Sarah the Raging Tomato. See you in the next one.